Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are not getting that energy that we want. Good morning once again. Thank you. Welcome to the second edition. Welcome to the second edition of the Regional Adolescent Health Indaba. We will be starting in a moment. I would like to kindly ask that we all mask up. Kindly mask up. The minister has arrived and will be joining us in this room shortly. Let us all ensure that we are masked up. There are people moving around with some masks in case you didn't carry one. All right, thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. I know some of you have traveled very far to be here today. We are absolutely grateful that you could be with us today. Your presence means the world to us. So thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause just for being here. Thank you so much. So a few announcements before we get into the actual program. For those that are lodging here and the other Mika hotels and lodges, please remember to look after your keys very well. If you happen to lose any of the room keys, you will be charged the 50 kwacha. So please ensure that you hand over the keys for cleaning purposes and make sure that you take care of that key when it's in your care. For the conveniences, as soon as you walk out of this room, to your left, at the far end of the corridor, you will see the conveniences for both ladies and gentlemen. So feel free to use these conveniences. We also have other conveniences on the other side of the wing. Registration is ongoing. There's a table outside. We have people that are helping us to do our registration. So please ensure that you register, because for those that need to get transport refunds or any type of reimbursement, we are going to use the registration form that you are filling in. So please remember to register. If you're already seated here, you can still do it because they will still be doing the registration throughout the day. So please ensure that you register with the people at the table outside. I'd also like to encourage us to minimize our movements once the program starts. Let us try as much as possible to engage, to interact. Feel free to participate. We have some cool prizes for both people that are going to join us online and for the team here that is joining us physically. So please remember to participate because your participation is key. Apologies, I did not introduce myself. I just jumped into the program. My name is Michelle Malunga. I will be your director of programs. I will co-direct with Levi Singh, who will be joining me in a bit. So feel free to visit the Red Cross table, first aid table at the back. If you have any emergencies, you're not feeling too well, you need some help with anything, we have that table at the back to assist you. And we have the steering committee at the far end of the room as well. So if you have any questions or queries or any concerns, please feel free. If you need to report anything, we have people that are here to help us throughout the day, both days actually, throughout the 2 days. So please feel free to do that. At this particular point, Africa directions, if you're ready. Africa directions. All right, so we've just been told that the minister is already in. So we will just jump into the program. I'm happy that we are making good on time. So as the minister walks in, I will ask that we will be upstanding at that particular moment. Not right now. I will give the signal. If we have any team from media houses, please follow Mr. Enoch Ntoka, who's just walking out right now. If there's any media house here that is present, please follow Mr. Ntoka, who is at the door right now. Thank you so much. So for our cameras, you can just come and set up over here. We're about to start in the next 3 to 4 minutes. So you can set up in advance. As we sing the national anthem, please ensure that we do not have any movements. For the people that are still outside, please let's ensure that we wrap up as soon as we can and come inside. Let us all be settled as we start the program. Shall we all be upstanding, please? We are graced. We are graced by the presence of our Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia Masebo. We are graced by the presence of our Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia Masebo. Thank you very much. We will start with the national anthem. Gift Banda, please come through for the prayer.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to lead in prayer. Shall we bow our heads and pray? Our God and Heavenly Father, who is in the Most High, we say thank you, Lord, for this morning. Thank you for this opportunity to gather in this place. Thank you, Lord, dear God, that we're not going to leave this place the same, for the Lord, dear God. For the Lord, we pray, for the Lord, dear God, that the fruits of this meeting, Father Lord, dear God, are going to be visible, Lord, dear God, even as going to leave this place. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to learn, Father Lord, and to be taken to a higher level. We say thank you, Lord, dear God, that everything is going to be taught here, Father Lord. Is going to, Father Lord, going to stay with us, Lord, dear God, as we're going to go out there, Father Lord, and teach others as well, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for everybody, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for the organizers, Lord. We say thank you, Lord, for each and everything, Lord. We put this meeting into your holy hands, Lord. We pray, Lord, dear God, may you start and end with us, Father God. Guide us through, Lord. We pray, God, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. We pray for thanksgiving in our hearts. Amen.
Thank you so much, Gift, for that amazing prayer. At this particular moment, I would like to welcome everyone to the second regional adolescent health Indaba, being held under the theme Closing the Tap of New HIV Infections through Meaningful Youth Engagement, Leadership, and Innovation. I would like to welcome our esteemed guests and most especially our guest of honor for taking the time off her busy schedule to be with us young people today. Mom, thank you so much. Honorable Minister of Health, Sylvia Masebo. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We would also like to welcome the UNESCO country team leader, UNAIDS country director, PEPFAR deputy coordinator, US Embassy, the AGYW ambassador, the ZYP board chairperson. At this particular point, I would like to welcome Africa Directions to the stage to grace us with their presence. Province, Eastern Province. Woo! Round of applause. Round of applause. Western. Give them a round of applause. Central Province. Central. Wonderful, wonderful. Copper Belt. Copper Belt. Yay. Magakopala. Bakit ko ichongo kayo? Ralusaka. Ralusaka, where are you? Wonderful. Wonderful. Zimbabwe, are we here? Zimbabwe, give them a round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Namibia, Namibia, not yet. Okay, Kenya, where's our Kenyan team? Give them a round of applause. Tanzania, Tanzania, not yet. Okay, South Africa, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, Uganda, are we here? Wonderful. So you see, Honorable Minister, we are well represented. At this particular point, I'd like to call upon Annie Msambu to give your coming remarks. Annie is coming from the Zambian National Council. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Minister of Health, Honorable Silva Masodo, UNESCO, UNS, PEPFAR Deputy Coordinator US, SGY Ambassador, all distinguished guests, the ZY Board Chair, all distinguished guests, all protocol observed. The Minister of Health, the Honorable Silva Masodo, the young people have some pressing issues that we need to look at. Adolescents have limited access to information on various health issues, which has led to a lot of teenage pregnancies and other complications. Services are not readily available, and the infrastructure in most health facilities are inadequate to provide.
Spaces. So these are some of the pressing issues that we would like the Minister of Health, Honorable Silva Masodo, to look into in the welfare of the young people and the future generation of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie. At this point, I would like to call upon the UNESCO country team leader, Mrs. Alice Saidi, to give her remarks. Round of applause.
The Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Silvia Masodo, ladies and gentlemen, whenever I hear about adolescents, whenever I'm invited to speak at a meeting for adolescents, I can't can't help but remember the story of Chipo from Southern Province, who I had an opportunity to meet last year. Chipo became pregnant at age 15 and got infected with HIV. Chipo dropped out of school in her 10th grade. Very intelligent girl. Chipo could not face the stigma, the rejection. She got both at school and both at home. And that is why she dropped out of school and gave up on her dreams of becoming a nurse. So I often ask myself, how did it feel Chipo? What could have been done differently? What about her rights, her life, her future? What can we do now to make a difference, to make a change in the life of Chipo and many girls and boys who are in a situation that is so challenging today? The Honorable Minister of Health, the PEPFAR Coordinator, colleagues from the United Nations, South Zambia, and other CSOs present, the Zambia Youth Platform, the adolescents and young people who have brought us today, the media, a very good morning to you all. I'm very happy and honored to be at this very, very important meeting today that is talking about the health, the livelihoods of the adolescents who are indeed our leaders of tomorrow. In fact, they are our leaders starting today, because what they're doing today is part of leadership that we are going to assume in the next few years. So closing the tap of new infections through meaningful youth engagement, leadership, and innovation. Very, very appropriate thing for the Indaba. Why do we need to close the tap? Well, we do need to close the tap and focus on adolescents because of the very alarming statistics that we have as a country, but also we belong to a sub-region in Africa that records the highest HIV infection rates. I'm sure colleagues will come through later on to come and give us the actual statistics. But just to say that most of the new HIV infections actually occur among young people in the 20 to 24 year age group. And that is why we want to ensure that during adolescence, we close the tap, such that as they transition to adulthood, they are healthy, they are educated, and they are able to be strong and intelligent and resilient enough to contribute to national development. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, many of us are aware that 82% of Zambia's population is aged below 35, and the adolescents are also in that category. The highest total number of young people in Zambia's history is now. So the next chapter of Zambia, therefore, depends largely on what we do for the adolescents, for the young people, for the youth. As Zambia continues implementing interventions intended to achieve the SDGs, as the UN, we are aware of the need to systematically address the challenges faced by adolescents and young people aged 10 to 24 years in Zambia. This is a population that continues to record high dropout rates from education institutions due to pregnancy. We have a very high teenage pregnancy rate in Zambia. And we know that when young girls are dropping out of school due to pregnancy, then they are exposing themselves to the risk of HIV as well as other STIs. We also have high rates of unsafe abortions, high rates of child marriage, high rates of sexually transmitted infections that include HIV, as well as experiencing difficulty in accessing sexual and reproductive health information and youth-friendly services. Ladies and gentlemen, we do also are struggling with gender inequalities that include gender-based violence and harmful traditional practices that continue to exist in some communities, while unemployment with its linkages to limited socio-economic opportunities and poverty continue to trigger risky behavior in adolescents and young people. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also aware that protecting and fulfilling the rights of adolescents and young people will not only secure their well-being as individuals, but will also translate to benefit their families, households, and society. But more importantly, it will contribute to sustainable national development. Honorable Minister, we are also aware that Zambia has made tremendous progress on HIV testing, treatment, suppression of the virus, among these on ARVs. But on the prevention side, Zambia managed to reduce only by 13% instead of 75% since 2010, as agreed at global level, and translated into 2016 to 2021 Zambia National HIV and AIDS. So we know that new infections are still very high and are actually on the rise, especially among young people. So when we talk about development, then we want to ensure that the national development aspirations must be matched with a sequence of short, medium, and long-term investments, especially for adolescent girls who are largely disadvantaged by unintended pregnancies, child marriage, gender-based violence, limited access to quality and friendly health services, and HIV infection. We also want to remind ourselves that investment in health, empowerment, education, and employment of the young people is therefore not only a matter of rights and choice, but it's also a matter of smart economies. As UNESCO, Honorable Minister, we have partnered with the Zambian government and many other stakeholders to support and ensure that young people remain healthy, young people are educated, and young people are able to contribute to national development through realizing their health, education, and gender equality outcomes. So through our programs, we try to support the national HIV program. We're also trying to support, through the Ministry of Education, the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education to prevent early and unintended pregnancy, but also support the re-entry of girls who drop out of school back into school. Because we know that education is an equalizer. I'm able to stand here today because I got an education. We have the Minister of Health, a very inspiring Honorable Minister of Health, who is able to be with us today because she got an education. So we know that we can have a young child who is somewhere in Tendere, another one who is in Kalonga. But if all these get that education, they both can become doctors. And this is why we want to ensure that we keep these young people in school, we keep them healthy from HIV, from STIs. Those who are HIV positive want to ensure that they receive treatment that can ensure that they remain healthy and productive. Through our program, we also try to ensure that we protect the young people from gender-based violence and child marriage. We want to promote a safer, healthier, and inclusive school and community environment that is free from GBV, from bullying, and from discrimination. As I end my remarks, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, adolescents in the room, I want us to remember that we will not reduce poverty and realize the inclusive and socio-economic development we strive for in Zambia until we make the right investments in our adolescents, in our youth population. And this means, part of this means closing the tap and meaningful youth enjoyment, engagement, leadership, and innovation. I want to end my remarks with a quote that I always refer to. So this famous saying goes, if you want to travel fast, you travel alone. If you want to travel far, you travel together. And that is what we're trying to do today. We know that adolescents on their own cannot engage meaningfully and contribute to national development. They cannot close the tap on HIV infections on their own. And that is why we have the minister, we have civil society organizations there, we have UN partners, we have the media. Because only if we travel together are we going to travel far. Only if we travel together are we going to manage to close the tap on those new HIV infections and have young people who are empowered, who are resilient, who are able to contribute to national development and also contribute to development in that community and in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Al-Saidi, for that wonderful speech. At this particular moment, I'd like to call upon the UNAIDS representative, Dr. Wansa, to give us his remarks. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, dear colleagues and young people. I'm standing in for the UNAIDS regional office and the UNAIDS country office director, Dr. RAHi, who is not with us this morning as he is out of other UN business. May I take this opportunity to acknowledge the Honorable Minister of Health, Madam Silva T. Masebo, senior government officials present, the UNESCO country team leader, Madam Saidi, and all other UN colleagues present. May I also acknowledge the PEPFAR Deputy Country Coordinator, Robert, I guess he's here. Dear colleagues, young people from Zambia and the region, may I just acknowledge the work that Zambia Youth Platform is doing in trying to galvanize young people in the response to HIV and AIDS and ensuring access to sexual reproductive health and rights. Last year in June, the United Nations General High-Level Meeting took place, at which Zambia participated very effectively through the then former president, Mr. Lungu. And at that meeting, it became very clear globally that we need to do something with respect to the HIV epidemic. Much as we have made a lot of progress, much as we have seen successes in treatment and advancement in knowledge and technology with respect to dealing with the HIV epidemic, it was acknowledged that the fight is not over and we risk losing the momentum as we move towards the 2030 target of ending AIDS. Maximize access to HIV and AIDS related services, and this includes knowledge and information. Not everyone has access to what we assume to be common knowledge, particularly in the rural parts of our countries in this region, and particularly in Africa. So access to information and knowledge becomes very crucial. Access to HIV and AIDS related services becomes crucial. In certain regions of our countries, in other settings, maybe access may be easy, but in most regions, whether within countries or amongst countries, access is not that easy. So the first pillar is calling for maximizing access to HIV and AIDS-related services. The second pillar was the recognition that we need to break down barriers that have been hindering access. And in this country, we have spoken and talked so much about the age of consent. At what stage can a young person access certain services? And a lot of workshops, a lot of resources have gone into debating some of these barriers, but very little action has taken place. We still face the same barriers. Some are legal, some are cultural, some pertain to issues of stigma and discrimination. And you clearly see that in issues of reproductive health, adolescents and young people are stigmatized. They face discrimination. At times they find it even very difficult to access HIV, SRH-related services because culturally the expectation is that young people are not even indulging in sex. So when you appear asking for family planning services or SRH-related, HIV-related services, people will frown at you. At times, our healthcare workers are perceived to be aunties and uncles, and we fear to approach them on some of these issues. So these barriers were recognized that they do aid and are forming the focus of the remaining 8 years as we move towards 2030. The last pillar that was recognized was that we need to front-load the resources. We have been with HIV for a long time, and there has been donor fatigue. Some of the countries have been pulled out of HIV. And if we don't maximize all the strategic interventions that have brought us this far and front-load the resources to enhance access, to break down barriers, we may not reach the 2030 target of ending AIDS. So the focus is how we make these resources available where they are critically needed and ensure that people have access. We break down barriers and integrate HIV in systems for health, in social protection, in humanitarian settings, and ensure that HIV is mainstreamed in all that we do. Because the disease focus of only talking about one disease, we have passed that stage. We now need to mainstream HIV and sexual reproductive health in all sectors, in all that we do. We don't need standalone interventions to help people suffering from HIV. We don't need standalone interventions to support orphans and vulnerable children. These should be mainstreamed within social protection. And our focus is to see, are we really reaching the vulnerable in our society with social protection, cash transfers. Our government has now taken resources closer to the people through the CDF. And for the first time, young people can access bursaries. Young people can access support in terms of body, in terms of free education. This is mainstreaming some of these interventions within the existing frameworks. And that's what the global framework is calling for. And it's commendable that our government in Zambia has already taken this path. Now, what is exciting about the global strategy is that for the first time there is also a recognition that we need to ensure that 30% of HIV testing and treatment services are provided by communities which are affected. Civil society, young people organizations like yourselves should at least be guaranteed of 30% when it comes to HIV testing and treatment services. This is the only way we are going to ensure that we win the battle. The other recognition in the political declaration is that 80% of prevention service delivery should be done by the affected people. And in this context, we are talking about our young people. How are our young people getting involved in service delivery, in doing things for themselves? And this is the next bridge we need to cross, because it has been very difficult to channel resources to civil society organizations, to young people organizations, and the world is recognizing that without us crossing this bridge, it will be very difficult to end AIDS by 2030. So may I commend Zambia Youth Platform for bringing us together in this fashion and bringing light and shining light upon the issues that affect our adolescents and young people. And it is important that we ensure that we stop talking, but start looking at ways and means of effectively engaging young people in service delivery, in decision making, in policy formulation, and strategy going forward. You have the energy, you have the technical skills, you can be able to push us towards ending AIDS by 2030. I thank you.
Thank you so much for those words, Dr. Mansa. The PEPFAR Deputy Coordinator, Robert Greathouse, will be joining us virtually for his remarks.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can, Robert.
Okay.
I believe there's a delay. Apologies for that.
Apologies for that.
Honorable Minister of Health, Madam Sylvia Masebo.
Honorable Minister
UNAIDS
of Health,
Country Team
Madam
Leader,
Sylvia
Ms.
Masebo.
Alice Tully.
UNAIDS Country Team Leader, Ms. Alice Tully.
UNAIDS representative on behalf of the country.
UNAIDS representative on behalf of the country.
Civil society representatives.
Civil society representatives.
And other distinguished guests.
And other.
All protocols observed.
All protocols observed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am pleased to attend and open the
the 20
Adolescent Health and Up
adolescent health and
on behalf of the United States government.
On behalf of the
President's
United States government. Through the President's Emergency
Federal
and PEPFAR.
My name is Robert Greathouse, and I am the
PEPFAR
Deputy
Country Superintendent.
For those that do not know, PEPFAR is the United States government.
PEPFAR is a United States government program.
And the largest effort by any nation to combat
a single disease.
To date, the United States government, through
PEPFAR,
has committed over 5.9 billion or 105 billion to the national HIV response. In partnership with the
In
government of the
partnership with the
Republic
government of the Republic
of Zambia, the
of
Global Fund,
Zambia, the Global
UNAIDS,
Fund,
WHO,
UNAIDS,
and
WHO,
Civil
and
Society,
Civil Society.
we all work together
We
to make
all
sure
work
all
together to make
Zambians
sure
have
all
access across
Zambians
the
have
country.
services across the country.
In Zambia, there is a large concern regarding the
In Zambia,
vulnerability
there
of
is
the
a large
country's children and
concern regarding the
adolescents to HIV
vulnerability of the
infection,
country's
as
children.
38% of
All
all
new
new HIV
HIV infections are estimated to occur among 15.
Why are the majority of new HIV infections in young people between the ages of
Why are
15
the
and
majority of
24?
new HIV infections in
How do
young
we
people
close
between the
this
ages
gap
of 15
among
and 24? How do we close this gap among
In the next 2 years, PEPFAR will aggressively focus its programming on children,
In the next 2
adolescents,
years,
and
PEPFAR
other
will
specially
aggressively
vulnerable
focus its
populations
programming on children,
in hopes of
adolescents, and
addressing
other
risks
especially
you and your
vulnerable
peers face
populations.
with creative
In
ways to
hope to
serve young
address the
people
risks
and
you and your
overcome
peers
obstacles
face,
you may
creative ways to
in
serve young
accessing
people and
HIV
overcome
prevention
obstacles
and
you may
treatment
face,
services.
and access HIV prevention and treatment services.
To ensure new HIV infections continue to
To
decline and
ensure new
HIV
HIV
infected
infections
individuals
continue
long
to
and healthy
decline
lives,
and HIV
we
infected
need your
individuals
input
live
on how
long and
to
healthy
effectively
lives.
reach,
We need your
educate,
input on how
and
to
treat young
effectively
people
reach,
in Zambia.
educate, and treat young people in Zambia.
As the largest donor of international HIV efforts
As
in
the
the world
largest
for
donor of
PEPFAR,
international HIV
attending this
efforts in the
year's
world
Regional
for
Adolescent Health
PEPFAR,
Endowment
attending
is a
this
learning
year's
experience.
Regional Adolescent Health Endowment is a
Your
learning
presence here
experience.
today is important to communicate
Your
your
presence
issues
here today
and
is
exchange
important to
ideas
communicate
on
your
how to
issues
address
and
challenges
exchange
you and your
ideas
peers
on
face
how to
in
address challenges
accessing
you
health
and your peers face
as
in
you
accessing
are best
health.
positioned to tell
As
us
you are best positioned to tell
how
us
to reach the youth of Zambia.
how to reach the youth of Zambia.
Over the next 2 days, please visit
Over the
our
next 2 days,
our
please
booth
visit
and engage with some
our
of
booth and
PEPFAR's team
engage with some of
members.
PEPFAR's team
Tomorrow, PEPFAR
members.
team members and
Tomorrow,
selected
PEPFAR
our
team
youth
members
delegates
and
will
our
co-lead
youth
a
delegates
presentation on
will
HIV
co-lead a presentation
that
on
prevent
HIV
youth from
that
accessing
prevent
health
youth from accessing
and ways
health
to improve the quality of
and
health
ways to
services for
improve
young people.
all health services for young
We
people.
want to hear from
We want to hear from
encourage you to actively participate in the discussion.
discussion.
How do you want to be educated about HIV and
How do you
sexual
want to
and
be
reproductive
educated
health
about
issues?
HIV and sexual
What
and
is the best
reproductive
way
health
to link
issues?
young people to
What is the
HIV
best
and
way to
sexual
link
and
young
reproductive
people to
health
HIV
services?
and sexual and
These
reproductive
are
health
some of the
services?
questions we want to
These are some of
address
the questions we want to
during that
address
session. And we encourage
during
everyone
that
to
session.
help inform
And
how
we
PEPFAR
encourage
best
everyone
represents
to
them.
help inform how PEPFAR best represents them.
PEPFAR is increasingly centering community-level approaches for the
PEPFAR is
prevention and
increasingly
treatment of
centering
HIV in
community-level
order to
approaches
increase
for
access
the
and
prevention
youth
and treatment of HIV in order to increase
and
access and use
by reaching out to young
of
people in homes, schools,
and
and communities,
everything else
among others, so as to ensure that no young
communities,
person is left
among
behind.
others, so as to ensure that
Expanding
no young
HIV and
person is left
SRH
behind.
services beyond the health facility
Expanding
and
HIV
providing
and
these
SRH
services at
services
community
beyond the
costs
health facility
has
and
shown to
providing
reduce
these services
stigma
at
and
community cost
discrimination for those vaccines services.
has shown to reduce
There are
stigma and
community-safe
discrimination
spaces
for
where
those
HIV services are
served.
available, such as free
There are
polio
community-safe
prophylaxis
spaces where
PrEP,
HIV
which is
services are
medication
available.
that greatly reduces
Free
the risk
polio
of HIV and
prophylaxis
HIV negative
PrEP,
people,
which is medication
and
that reduces
antiretroviral
the risk of
drugs.
HIV and HIV negative people. And
At such community-safe spaces, these and other medications
at such community-safe spaces, these and other
are distributed in venues outside of a health facility in order to make them easier to access. Through this 2-day event, we are excited to learn from you and your experiences advocating for youth and how the national HIV response, including these community level approaches, can better reflect your needs. Speaking to one of PEPFAR's programs, we thought it would be best to hear from one of your peers how you can access some of the services such as PrEP that will help keep you, your family, and friends safe as we work together to ensure information and services around HIV and sexual and reproductive health are widely accessible across Zambia. Congratulations on the convening of the second annual Regional Adolescent Health Indaba, and I look forward to learning the outcomes of this weekend's proceedings. Thank you, and now over to Lucy.
Found a counselor who told me more about PrEP, and from there, she really emphasized that I should go for it. At first, I thought it was a very non-effective drug which wouldn't work for me, but I fast and quickly changed my mind about it. I learned and knew all the benefits of PrEP. Since then, 2019 till date, I've been on PrEP and I've never looked back. With this, I've really loved PrEP because it is very effective. I take it once a day. The drug is easy to access, and when we forget about it, I just have to set an alarm on the phone so that I can be able to remember the time to take it. Starting on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a performator myself. And to speak, I say, I'm here to speak and to counsel other youths out there, which really makes me a good performator because I'm able to come to others concerning PrEP. The biggest and hardest challenge is that the youths out there, whenever I talk about PrEP, they get puzzled and they ask, what is PrEP? They tend not to know. And I explain to them to say, PrEP is an HIV prevention medicine which is given to the HIV negative people, those people who are at a high risk of contracting HIV. PrEP is not the same art, which is a medication given to HIV positive people, but rather it is an HIV prevention. Besides that, PrEP should be undertaken and put together with other HIV prevention measures such as condoms, because together will make her to be more effective and to going to help the youth out there. This really makes me happy because seeing the youth that I see around coming to this PrEP and teaching them more about how they can live an HIV free without getting any HIV in the future. So with this,
Masebo, Minister of Health, MP, PEPA representative, UNH representative, UNESCO representative, South Zambia, and all the youth that are present here from the region and from within. You're welcome. Would like to express our gratitude in the continued engagement of young people in addressing the social reproductive and health needs. Would especially like to thank our partners for the meaningful participation of the young people, especially that this year's theme has come at a time when the Ministry of Health is reviewing the adolescent health strategy. And we hope to see that young people's interests are put, we hope to see that young people's interests are put at the forefront, and also especially concerning addressing HIV prevention among adolescents and young people. Again, I would like to thank the Ministry of Health for including young people and allowing them to participate in reviewing this very important strategy, as it involves nothing but their health. Without much or further ado, I would like to call upon the Minister herself to address us. To speak from their seat for the media. We'd like to move the camera. Unless you'd like to come here.
The board chairperson, Zambia Youth Platform, the president of the African Youth and Adolescent Network on Population Zambia, the country representatives, UNH Zambia, the country representative, PEPA Zambia, the Director General of National AIDS Council, the country director for RAHi Africa Trust, South Zambia, all the young people from Eastern and Southern Africa, media houses present, ladies and gentlemen and young people, good morning once again. I'm greatly honored to be part of the 2022 Regional Adolescent Health Endeavor, whose theme is closing the gap of new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement and innovation. I want to start by highlighting the unfortunate and sad reality. The majority of young people living with HIV are in low and middle income countries, with 84% in sub-Saharan Africa, Zambia inclusive. In fact, half of the 15 to 19-year-olds living with HIV in the world live in just 6 African countries, with the number of young people expected to double in Africa by 2050. Increased efforts are needed to avoid new infections among young people. As things stand, the estimated number of new infections among young people I beg your pardon. As things stand, the number of new infections among young people, who are many adolescents and young people, climbed to 270,000 annually by 2025 and will increase to 300,000 annually by 2030. These numbers could even be higher. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen and young people, until we get the HIV pandemic out of the way, disrupting business as usual is essential in order for us to develop more responsive interventions and reach more adolescents and young people. There is need for high-impact sexual and reproductive health and HIV-related services, which include HIV testing, access to pre-exposure, among others, while advancing gender transformative and responsive programs. It is for this reason that the Ministry of Health always endeavors to meaningfully engage young people, such as yourselves here, in the design and delivery of integrated sexual and reproductive health and HIV programs, with particular attention to the following. 1, understanding the way in which age and other contexts such as gender impact access of services. 2, ensuring that health systems at policy, programs, and service delivery levels are adequately address the needs of adolescents and young people. 3, ensuring that all interventions are coupled with broader approaches to realizing gender equality, including women and girls empowerment, comprehensive sexuality education, and challenging structural barriers, and integrating adolescent health into existing health services and budget networks of community health workers and other health system structures. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen and young people, I'm well informed that this year's endeavor is the second after the first one was successfully held in December of 2020. This is arising from popular demand by adolescents and young people across the Eastern and Southern African region, namely Botswana, Kenya, Nigeria, Namibia, Malawi, Tanzania, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Of course, including Zambia. The young people in these countries have decided to share existing best practices of adolescent health. It is imperative to learn that the precursor meeting for the Indaba was a youth national event for engagement driven by and for adolescents and young people, which was held in 2018. Distinguished ladies, gentlemen, and young people, you may recall that during the 2020 Indaba, the government of the Republic of Zambia, through my ministry and working with partners, committed to addressing several matters affecting adolescents' health and well-being by placing adolescents and young people's health high on its agenda. This is evidenced by existing policy documents such as frameworks and strategies targeting adolescents, as well as regional and international protocols on adolescents' health that the country subscribes to. As early as 1995, the World Health Organization, working with the United Nations Children Emergency Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, agreed on a common agenda for action in adolescent health and development. The new approach called for the implementation of a package of interventions tailored to meet the special needs and problems of adolescents, which include provision of information and skills, creation of a safe and supportive environment, as well as provision of health and counseling services. Distinguished ladies, gentlemen, and young people, it is without doubt that even among adolescents and young people, adolescent girls and young women are disproportionately affected by issues such as HIV, AIDS, child marriages, teenage pregnancy, and gender-based violence. It is for this reason that the new government of the Republic of Zambia, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, Mr. RAHi, has taken a multi-sectorial and holistic approach to identifying and addressing factors that contribute to these, as well as poor health outcomes among young people. Some of these challenges are known, and there are many. But through empowerment of adolescents and young people themselves with the tools they need to take responsibility of their own health, a lot can be done and has been achieved. I was just being advised that from our interactions with the youth, contributing factors to HIV infections and teenage pregnancy that require multi-sectorial response were articulated by the youth as follows: low literacy levels on reproduction, inadequate access or utilization of health services, intergenerational sexual activities, for example, transsexual sex and sexual gender-based violence, harmful traditional practices such as child marriage and initiation ceremonies that prepare girls for marriage, negative peer pressure, exposure to materials with sexual content through magazines, TV, or internet, and the popular WhatsApp, limited coverage of interventions being implemented by various stakeholders, and various myths and misconceptions around services. Distinguished ladies, gentlemen, and young people, I'm glad to learn that the Zambia Youth Platform, ZYP, and its key partners, AFRIAN, ISA, Ministry of Health, NAC, UNAIDS, PESPA, and SAC, resolved to host the Regional Adolescent Health Indaba 2022. This is in order to continue working with adolescents and young people in renewing the vigor and determination towards ending AIDS by 2030 by applying agency and tact in resolving the persistent challenges of HIV and AIDS. I'm quite very happy and very impressed, and I think it will be in order for me as Minister of Health at this point in time to commend the leadership of the Zambia Youth Platform for this elaborate organization, and looking at the fact that the number of youths are coming from almost all the provinces of Zambia, and I'm sure for those provinces that are not present, it must be issues of transport, and I know for a fact that many youths would love to be part of this forum. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the various donors, the Global Fund, UN, WHO, too many to mention. As government, we truly appreciate your support towards youth programs, especially this one, because it is by getting the youths to get engaged among themselves that we give them a platform to give their experiences and also solutions that will truly be able, as government, be able to come up with policies, programs that are truly home-bred by the youth themselves and that can really have impact. A quick glance at the agenda and program tells me that this endeavor promises to be condensed but yet widely engaging program with participation from all key stakeholders. Equally impressive is that the program focuses on contemporary issues at regional level. It is my sincere conviction that the proceedings of this adolescent health endeavor will bring forth the much needed pool of progressive and practical ideas and actions. I also want to believe that the atmosphere will be friendly and cordial and will accommodate the different views of the youth and fresh minds of the adolescents and young people gathered here. Before I conclude, allow me to refer to some of the statements that were brought out by various speakers, and in particular, I want to thank the lady, Saidi, the statement by Saidi. It was very motivating, and I'm hoping that the youth here got something from her. And I think one of the things that came on mind as I listened to Saidi's presentation, I likened the adage in the Bible which says that information is power. Information is power. And that my people will perish for lack of knowledge. I see it among the youth in Zambia. I listened to one of the voices of the youth here who stood here, who talked about lack of information. This is what I want to say. We are now in an era of ICT, and there's so much information generally, whether you are going to school, whether you are not in school. And I just want to make an appeal to our young children that to acquaint yourself with various information that comes out. Even simple information that comes through radio, Parliament radio. Listen to Parliament radio. Listen to the speeches that are given out by various ministers in various sectors, especially economic ministries like commerce, mining. It's very important that as youths we listen so that you can get something from there that can impact positively on your life. Statements made by Minister of Education. And indeed, health matters. It is very important. And I just want to explain a little bit what this administration, the New Dawn government under President RAHi, the first issue that the President has done, which is important for you as youth, is to begin the implementation of the decentralization policy. The decentralization policy is nothing except that we are moving functions or we are moving power from Lusaka here at the center and ensuring that all the 116 districts, all the constituencies, all the wards of Zambia begin to get part of that power so that you don't have to come to Lusaka for even simple issues or requirements as youth. But not only power, but also matching resources. And when I talk about resources, we are talking about moving money where you are, also moving capacity in terms of personnel to begin working in the district, in the constituencies, in the wards of Zambia. And to that effect, just this year, we are within the first quarter of the year, monies have already started going to the ground. What is this money? The Constituent Development Fund, the CDA fund. That money, which used to be very minimal, now has become huge. We are talking of 25.7 million kwacha from the previous 2.5 or 6 million kwacha. It's a big amount, and it's not only being given to a district, but to every constituency of Zambia. So wherever you're coming from, that money is there. If you're coming from Chongwe, here where we are, it's part of Chongwe, all you need to do is go to the office of the honorable member of parliament of that particular constituency. You're in Mogu, you're in Kasama, you just go to a member of parliament at the office and get information. So that with that money, you can apply so that you use it in anything that you want to do in terms of empowerment, in terms of education, in terms of health services, whatever project or programs that you develop at youth. Learn to get information and use that information for your benefit and the benefit of the community. So that is very important for you to understand. Because if you don't understand, it becomes a problem. I've listened to some of the comments. I want to say that the Minister of Health, with support from partners such as UNS, adolescents, VEMPA, and the Swedish Embassy, has continued to train health workers in adolescent health. We have also started training clinicians who attend to adolescent patients in the screening room and in those hospitalized to acquire skills and knowledge on problems affecting young people. This will ensure availability of adolescent-friendly services. With support from Stocks, Zambia, the ministry developed materials in sign language. Our aim is to continue increasing adolescent health space at health centers and in the community, working together with the line ministries, partners, and the community. So this is just in response to some of the cries that were being brought out today by one of the youth concerning space in the hospitals and the issue of infrastructure. I want to inform you that starting this year, a number of safe places will be developed in the various districts of Zambia. And regarding personnel, you yourselves are aware that government currently, through the Ministry of Health, is already in the process of employing 11,276 health workers of different categories, and that will include also health workers that specialize on issues of young people. I also want to say to you that apart from looking at the general populace of young people, we are also deliberately going to ensure that even in the employment of health workers, we will ensure that those who are differently able persons will also be deliberately accommodated for employment, so that we don't leave anybody behind. Your role as youth is at the end of the recruitment is to come back to the Ministry of Health and say to us, can we know how many differently able persons have you employed among all those who have been employed? That should be your question to us at the end of the exercise. But I want you to take note that we are taking into account all that. This is why we have deliberately also said In terms of employment, I heard somebody say the Minister of Health is being tribal. She's telling people that you can't apply here from another district. I think that people must listen and listen carefully. What we are trying to do as government is we are trying to protect the vulnerable populations of this country. We are trying to ensure that service delivery is not only in Lusaka and in districts which are along the line of rail. How can we achieve this? We also know that there is no district in Zambia that has failed to produce a driver, a security guard, and a nurse indeed. Therefore, if that is true, why should a government of the people, by the people, allow a situation where somebody must come from Lusaka to go and work in Shango, for example, as a driver? Why should we allow that only those of you that are in Lusaka, the 25,000 nurses, many in Lusaka, maybe half that population in Lusaka, and then few are scattered country, should we only get people from Lusaka to go and work in Kaprinawe and Northern Province? Why? So what we are doing is deliberate, because we promised the people of Zambia that this government is going to unite Zambia. Why? It is going to ensure that the national cake is distributed equally. And please, equally does not mean 50-50-50. There is also an issue of equity. Equity is for you to take into account. Even if here you have 50, and in Shango they are 10, you can't say we are giving Osaka 50 and we are giving Shango 50. You have to take into account that in the past years, decades, there has been an equal distribution of wealth in this country. And that's why today you can find that some doctors are many from Lusaka, and in some other districts, but you can find one doctor, because even when it comes to employing people or training people, even giving space in colleges, you take the same people. This administration doesn't want that. We also know, if the Minister of Health is from Lusaka province, such as myself, who comes from Lusaka province, and a senior chieftaincy commission for the second, it means every job in the ministry, priority will go to the sorry people of Lusaka province. Every space at the college, priority will go to. So you find in the next 5 years, if Masebo is Minister of Health, only stories are the ones who are found in all institutions under the Minister of Health. We don't want that, and it shall never happen. It shall never happen as long as God is present in this country. It doesn't matter how many people say this and that. I want you to trust. I want you to trust President RAHi. It means well for you as you Uganda. It means well for the people of Zambia. By you just continuing just attacking for the sake of attacking, you are disadvantaging yourselves. Every movement you make is meant for the youth of Zambia. So, as who I follow, as who follow his vision, and me in particular, myself, Sylvia, Minister of Health, MP for Jombe, I want you to know that I toe the line of the president, because I know what he wants. So in whatever I'll do, I'll look at what he's saying. And what he's saying is Zambia belongs to all provinces. And in everything that we do, first we must ensure all provinces are represented. Second, women are represented. Third, youths are brought on board. Fourth, the different able persons are considered. And that's exactly what we're doing. And in doing that, remember, those who are used to have the best of the cake, they will cry foul. They will cry foul. But I want you to say, trust us, and at the end of 5 years, you will judge us by the results. So, we have already agreed what is the program for Zambia for the youth. If you are here from other provinces, before you go back, take time to visit the Ministry of Youth. There are lots of programs for youth under the Ministry of Youth and Sports. In the past, only those who belong to a political party benefited. We want to move away from political benefits. We want to ensure that every youth, regardless of which party, religion, ethnicity, as long as they are youth of Zambia, we must benefit. So what am I saying? Those living in Lusaka province, though belonging to the Solis speaking people, it's not only Solis who live here. In fact, the Solis are in the minority. As long as you live in Lusaka, you are eligible to apply in Lusaka. As long as you live in Kasama, even in Kasama, it's not just the members, even in Mongo, it's not just the laws, it's a mix. As long as you reside in a particular district, that's where you must apply. Because priority will be given to those that reside within that district. It's as simple as that. But there are some functions where, if you are trying to be a consultant to the doctor, for example, you can't go and work in say, Shakombo. I'm using Shakombo because it's very remote. Because there's no hospital, specialized hospital there. Even in a district maybe like Nimba, you can't go and work there in Nimba. So if you live in Nimba, you have no choice but you have to apply for Saka, Lusaka, Copperbelt, and maybe the provincial headquarters. Because that position, you can't get it in some districts. Not for a guy, please, not for a driver. The drivers are about it. So that is the point, and I hope that today is the last day for application, and that under the Ministry of Health, those who apply for those jobs must take note and push in their last application if there was any mistake that they made in the process. The other point that I thought I should touch on in trying to close the gap, I think it was just to make this announcement that actually yesterday, under the FEPFA program, I signed a document called COP22. And COP22 is a document that comes up with various strategies, programs to help, in particular, the youth to help them from understanding how they can protect themselves from being infected with HIV. And I was told that that document, the youth under ZYP participated, and those strategies which are developed in that important document have taken your suggestions into account. And I'm grateful to the people of America for helping us and promising that next year, 2023, they will fund the procurement of drugs under HIV, AIDS, and TB, and there will be increased support towards that program working with the government of the day. So next year is promising even better. This year, obviously, there is enough support, but that support will go high. And the support next year is targeting you, the young people, how you can, you can be prevented from getting HIV, and if you get, how you can be treated, and how we can make sure that those services continue to be free to the Zambian people. Remember, there are over 1.2 million people today taking ARVs, and they're taking them free. It's not a small issue. It's a very big issue. And I think that we need to commend our corporate partners who have really made it possible for us to achieve what we have achieved in the health sector over decades. The issue of free ARV started with President Mwanawasa, and he saw rest in peace, and it has continued with successful governments. Even now, we are continuing. And I think as a country, we need to do more in ensuring that we close the gap of infection. Because from day one when I entered that minister, I was told, Honorable, you know that although we've done very well with HIV as a country, the problem is that there are a lot of new infections, and these new infections are mainly among you, the young people. And so I am hoping that on your own, you look at this issue. In the past, there was a saying like abstinence, elite, and it was something that youth were proud to be associated with. But in the past decades, I've seen that that kind of motto is no longer rhyming. It's not going with young people. It's like the opposite is what is changed. We are starting to do things which we should not be doing. I will have one word for you as youth. I've been a youth like yourself, and one of the things I think I said was education is important. Indeed, education is important. And this is why President Hakainde Hichilema has decided to make education in Zambia free. It's not easy. I'll tell you, I've been minister before, even under President Mwanawasa. President Mwanawasa tried, wanted to make education free. We failed at that time because the cost was huge, and the question was, where is the money going to come from? But President Hakainde Hichilema has managed, within the first term of his office, the first 6 months of his office, to declare that education must be free. Why? Because for him, he says, look, I was educated under free education by late President Kaunda, may so rest in peace, and that's what we are here. That's why I'm standing here. I'm a product of the free education at the University of Zambia. And this is why I can stand. But many of our children, it has not been possible because their parents are unable to pay. Education in Zambia became a prison for those in politics, those with money, and not an ordinary Zambia. Today, everybody, there's nobody, even those with children, those who got married, they are free to go back under free education. So that is an opportunity which is very important for you youths. And you need to rise to it and make sure that you get yourself back to school and you get yourself educated, so that once you have the basic education, at least you may do something. So it's not an easy policy. It has an impact, of course. We have seen classrooms like in Chongwe here, a classroom which had 60 girls or children now has 160, almost 3 times, and kids are sitting on the floor. You know what I said? I said it is okay, because these children, where were they before this policy? It means these children were on the streets being abused by men. They were at home being abused by their own parents to do labor which is not while their friends are at class. Now, by God's grace, today every child is in class. Even if that child is sitting on the floor. And with time we can improve. The government of the day can improve, make sure everybody has a desk, make sure that classrooms are expanded. But it's better to have a child away from being harmed on the streets and at home and to be in class. So it is a good thing, and I want you to rise to that occasion as girls, because once you have that, it means that you would have money. Let me make a commitment here to the youth. I like what I've seen today. And therefore next year, I want to partner by God's grace. God is going to give life, gives everything that we have. If, and we shall still be together, that we work together, that this endeavor should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this endeavor in all the 9 provincial centers. So that the youth of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that. So the organizers take notes, and when the time comes, please do come and remind me as we start the budget process, so that we budget for this kind of thing, not just in Lusaka, but everywhere. And by God's grace, we hope that Bali can be your guest of honor. to thank the organizers for inviting me and all of you for attending this very important gathering. And with these remarks, I would like to make a declaration, obviously. But before I make that declaration to officially open this endeavor, I have one word that I wanted to say to you. Many times the youth are looking for a mentor, somebody to mentor them, to help them live like that person whom they admire. But this is what I want to say to you. Make Christ Jesus your mentor. And use the Bible as your tool. Okay? Use it as information key, which you must adopt, which is a living tool, which will actually help you to grow and to prosper. It doesn't require money. It doesn't require much education at all. It doesn't. It just requires that you're in good health and you get Christ and say, be my mentor, and get the Bible, keep it next to you, and make it your living document. Live by it. You will be surprised that you will grow beyond whatever age you'd like, and you'll be prosperous. And you will not need any donor or any party or any government or any African or European mentor to mentor you. Thank you, and God bless you. And now declare the 2022 Regional Adolescent Health Endeavor officially open.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I must say it's very difficult to speak after such powerful words. Can we give a befitting round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for your wonderful words and for the commitment. We are grateful as young people for the support from the government and the Ministry of Health. At this particular point, before we take our guest of honor and the high table for the tour of the exhibition booths on the other wing, I'd like to call upon Lubumbe Jeremiah Mulanda to give us a vote of thanks.
The guest of honor, the Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia Masebo MP, our distinguished partners, the Ministry of Health, UNAIDS, UNESCO, UNFPA, PIVOS, SAT, the Churches Health Association of Zambia, Youth Advocates, AFRIAN, GIZ, international delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow young people. The guest of honor, Madam, I strongly believe that the surest way to predict the future is to create it, and it starts with the youth. We acknowledge and appreciate the efforts by SADC governments in signing the ESA commitment, and we understand that this means that your government is committed to scale up efforts to ensure adolescents and young people's access to good quality CSE and youth-friendly SRH services in the Eastern and SADC regions, and to work in partnership with young people, parents, civil society, community and religious leaders to achieve the goals set out in the 2013 ESA commitment. Honorable Minister, Africa has a very young population, and so does Zambia. There are two ways to look at this: that young people are a liability and a burden, or that young people are an asset with the potential to contribute positively to the development of our continent, our country, and our region. Honorable Minister, it is a known fact that young people do not need youth-friendly spaces. What we need are youth-friendly health systems that will speak to various matters affecting us. And we know that your government is tirelessly working to achieve this, and would like to urge you to constantly engage us to meaningfully realize this. Closing the tap on new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement means your government creates favorable spaces for young people to influence the decision-making process at design, implementation, and evaluation of anything and everything affecting us. Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a huge thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it. To my fellow young people in the audience, always remember this. If you can see it in your mind, if you can believe it in your heart, if you have the courage to speak it, if you have the passion to work on it, if you have the desire to work for it, you can bring it to reality. My people, we can bring our efforts to reality. As I conclude, may this not just be another meeting where young people gather, speak out, and no action to follow. Let this be a gathering that will bring change, innovation, creativity, and meaningful youth engagement in the work that we do. God bless this youthful republic. God bless our motherland. God bless Zambia. And I thank you.
All right. Words from our very own, one of us. Thank you so much. At this particular point, I'd like to call upon the Zambian Youth Platform Executive Director, Sibu Malambo, to guide the high table to the group photo first, and then the tour of the exhibition stand. Okay, so we can make our way outside for the group photo. Let's join the minister as she will be leaving soon. Let's be quick, as quick as we can. Thank you. So let's all go outside for the group photo. Let's join the minister for the photo before she leaves.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. so many needs.
We have a team on the other wing that is offering COVID vaccines. For those that are interested, this is an amazing opportunity right near you, so please take advantage of that. They're also offering booster shots for those that would like to get your booster shots. So it's happening in the other wing where we were doing the exhibition tour from, where we had our team. So please find time to visit the stand. For those that would like to get their shots, please do so. Remember, I did mention that we have a number of prizes available that we'll be giving away to people that are joining us online and people that are here physically. So the hashtags that we're using are as follows. They're also on the screen, so for those that have been able to see, I know they're pretty small, so I'll just say some of them. So some of the hashtags that we're using are ZYP for all, RAHi 2022, Health for all, meaningful engagement, nothing for us without us. So those are some of the hashtags that we're using. If you're posting a picture or a video on your Twitter, your Facebook, your Instagram, your YouTube account, or any other social media platform that you're using, please remember to use the hashtags nothing for us without us, ZYP for all, RAHi 2022, Health for all, meaningful engagement. So those that will be posting, sharing, resharing, tagging ZYP in the post that you're putting on your specific media, social media platforms. We have a couple of prizes in store for you, so yeah, don't be discouraged. Please share as much as possible. Tweet about the event, post about the event, tag your friends, and share the information, share the news. So for our panel discussion, I will hand over to Levi, who will take us through this particular.
South Africa. I will be your co-moderator for the next 2 days, and jumping straight into things. We're now going into a discussion that is going to look at current data trends around adolescent and youth HIV in the Southern African or Eastern Southern African region. As many of the speakers in the opening segment have alluded to, Eastern Southern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa more broadly is the center of the AIDS epidemic, especially amongst adolescents and young people. When we look at global figures, what we often don't talk about is the fact that AIDS in 2022 is still the single leading cause of death of African adolescents. In other parts of the world, it's suicide. In other parts of the world, it's road traffic accidents. It's substance use that leads to mortality. But on the African continent, AIDS is still the single leading cause of death of African adolescents. Is this acceptable in 2022? What are we going to do about it? That's what we have to figure out over the next few days. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our colleagues from the UNAIDS country office, and they're going to do a quick presentation on the current state of play in terms of new HIV infections across the region, particularly looking at the Eastern Southern African region. And they're also going to speak to us about the new global AIDS strategy, which is looking to end AIDS as a public health threat by the year 2030, or over the next 97 months, because there's 97 months between now and the year 2030. So I'd like to invite the good Dr. Wanza from UNAIDS to deliver his presentation. And as Dr. Wanza narrated his presentation, I'd also like to invite Tatenda Sobore from Youth Advocate Zimbabwe. I'd like to invite Andrew Samata from the Zambia Youth Platform, as well as Oswald Chisega from Phenomenal Youths, to take their seats onto the high table, and they will respond to some of the key highlights from the presentation that Dr. Wansa will present. You're in the room. We do apologize at the onset. So all male hands. Unfortunately, we lost a few colleagues who were supposed to have joined on the way due to time constraints. So we apologize. This was unintended consequence of our time management, but we will make it up. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon once again. Sorry, editing matters, I couldn't keep turning, looking at the slides. I will very quickly try and summarize the global AIDS strategy and also give you just a few statistics in terms of the HIV epidemic in the African region. And let me start by apologizing. We were informed about giving some statistics at regional level only yesterday, quite late. So we have not been able to get the regional statistics in a manner that would have been very helpful. But we'll still try and paint the picture in terms of what the countries have been reporting with respect to HIV and AIDS, and some specifics on adolescents and young people. They may not come out very clearly because of the short notice. So in terms of discussing the presentation, I'll focus on I'll focus on a few selected data insights just for you to get the picture, and then the global strategy, because we need to understand it. This is the vehicle that is taking us closer to the global target of ending AIDS by 2030. So this strategy is quite crucial. And then I'll talk a little bit about differentiated HIV targets, where adolescents and young people targets are also indicated. And then what I think is important is the programmatic guidance. How do we move forward from now, given the situation and what the global strategy is asking from us? So that is more or less the outline that I will follow. Now, in terms of data for selected countries, I'll very quickly, with the time like all the movement, I'll very quickly just talk about what the situation is for the age group 15 to 49 years in Eastern and Southern Africa. And you clearly see that this first donut here is showing us the remaining population, the wide population. But there has been a segmentation of sex workers. And if you look at new infections, 80% of new infections in the ESA region are coming from those colleagues who are involved in sex work. And if you look at the people who inject drugs, they are contributing 1% to new infections. Gay men and other men who have sex with men are contributing 4%. The transgender women are contributing about 1%. But if you look at the greater share, these are clients of sex workers. And you clearly see clients of sex workers and sex partners of key populations are contributing 18%. So those people that are clients of sex workers, that's where we are getting major contribution to new infections. So that should be borne in mind. When we talk about sex work, we have young people because of economic hardships, because of dropping out of school, and some getting early pregnancies. You may find that they are trying to support their young ones at times through sex work. Now, the people that are clients are actually the major problem. That's where you're getting a lot of new infections, and they are passing it on to those who are uninfected. The other donut or pie here is trying to show the disparity between men and women. If you look at women aged 15 to 24, amongst our young people, this is 15 to 24, they are contributing 32%. And you heard during the early morning when people were talking about intergenerational sex. The blessers are normally older people, and they bless the young people because of various inequalities in our societies. And you find that we have 32% of our young women 15 to 24 years have been or contributing 32% to new infections. Women aged 25 to 39 are contributing 33%. Now you can clearly see that this whole is women, and the men are on this side. Men 15 to 24, 10%. Men 25 to 49, 25%. So you can clearly see that the epidemic weighs more towards women and more towards young people. And this is the picture in Eastern and Southern Africa, where Zambia belongs. So when we say HIV now has a young face, some of the young people were born through vertical mother-to-child transmission. So some are now adolescents, they are now getting into youth age groups having been born with HIV. So you clearly see that it's an issue that we cannot gloss over as young people. The other aspect I wanted to highlight is the so-called key populations. The key populations at times in our society, because of religious beliefs, because of various cultural aspects, we rarely discuss some of these issues. That there is anything like men having sex with men. And we have collected data from the region to see what's happening to these so-called key populations. And you clearly see that among sex workers, that is the big bar you are seeing there. Among sex workers, we have 30.6% when it comes to HIV prevalence. That means the prevalence among sex workers is 30.6. Who remembers the HIV prevalence for Zambia, for the general population? Young people, what is the prevalence in Zambia? HIV prevalence. Hello. You want to fail before we have even started. HIV prevalence, young people. The HIV prevalence in Zambia is what? Hello? Who will rescue the young people? I'm seeing a hand there. You can rescue the majority. He has also failed. Okay. 11%. Okay, he has already said 12.7. Okay, it's 11% the way he has said. If we ignore the point, 11 point, let us say 11%. Now, if it's 11% in the general population, among sex workers, it's 30.6. 1 in 3 sex workers you see is HIV positive. Are you following me? That is the gravity of the issue. And then, of course, we have gay men who are about 12.7%. And then we have people who inject drugs at 19.4%. And then we have transgender who are about 28%. And then, of course, prisoners, those that are incarcerated, they are in prisons, they are about 11.1%. This is in Eastern and Southern Africa. These are averages for all the countries. Okay? That is the picture. So when you hear us talking about sex workers as a priority population, when we say these populations, they are all, most of them above the national averages. They are more at risk than the general population. So we have been talking about these populations as populations that are left behind. And adolescents and young people, women are all populations that are left behind when it comes to the HIV epidemic. So it's very important that we take this into account as we are looking at HIV and sexual reproductive health strategies that we think about as young people. And you are the future when it comes to ending AIDS. We need your energy, we need your knowledge, we need your enthusiasm to try and close the gap when it comes to new infections. Let's close the gap and make sure that the taps of new infections are closed completely. If you look at the progress that countries have been making when it comes to reducing new infections, you can see all these countries from 2010 to 2020, these countries have made a lot of progress in terms of reducing new infections. Now, if you look at Zambia, we are here. Zambia, rather than the change between 2010 and 2020, the change was only 1%. The other countries have made big reductions. Zambia, we are struggling. If you look at Mexico here, they have a bigger problem. Pakistan, even a major problem. You know? So when you look at making progress in reducing HIV infections, you clearly see that some of our colleagues in the region, like Angola, Botswana, Cameroon, they were quite worse off in 2010, but they've made a better progress in the age group 15 and above. They've made better progress. But as we have almost been stagnant, we are not making much progress in reducing new infections. And like I said, you young people are the answer. You are the solution to this. Normally people say changing behavior is tough. People don't want to change. They want to continue the way they enjoy life. We have a lot of tools now when it comes to prevention. Young people can get circumcised. If you can't use a condom, you have access to PrEP, which in our time we didn't have access to. You have access to post-exposure prophylaxis. You have access to new knowledge and information, which we didn't have. Now we even know with treatment that you can reach undetectable and you cannot pass the virus sexually to your partner. So if you are living with HIV, you have the incentive to make sure you reach undetectable. You become virally suppressed to undetectable levels so that you cannot pass the virus to your partner. Now, all these new developments, you have them. That's why you are the solution. That's why you are the key. Because you have access to new solutions, knowledge, and technologies, which during our time we had no access to. So we need to make a little bit more progress as Zambia, because treatment is open for all. What are the barriers blocking access? What are the things stopping young people from accessing these technologies and services? So this is the task that is before us, and I think it's a task that young people can rise up to and resolve. In terms of the global strategy, I spoke about integrating HIV systems for health, in social protection, humanitarian settings, and also in pandemics. We have had COVID, and COVID disrupted a lot of health services. So the issue is, how have we integrated HIV in education, HIV in youth programs, HIV in health, HIV, all these sectors? And even when new pandemics come in, are we in a position to still provide HIV, SRH related services? And that is the challenge we have had. We had COVID-19, and if you look at the response from the countries, can somebody move it? It's refusing to move. They come too far. You have gone very far. Or is it me who has gone very far? Okay. Now, that's the next slide. I thought I would move very quickly by sliding myself, but technology is failing us. Move again. Okay. The global strategy, if you look at the guiding frameworks, we have the Global AIDS Strategy 2021 to 2026, which is the programmatic HIV prevention framework. And we are aiming to attain these targets by 2025, because from 2025 we'll only remain with 5 years to ending AIDS. So we want to see how we can programmatically push prevention, preventing new infections amongst all the high-risk populations. We also have the political declaration which I spoke about, which has given us commitments to HIV prevention, combination prevention, and then of course the agenda for sustainable development, the 2030 agenda, the Mount Central aspects of HIV prevention in all sectors. How do we prevent HIV? That is the framework within which we are working. Now, when you look at this framework, you clearly see that there are things that have changed. The things that have changed from the last strategy are those things that are highlighted. Number one, it's about ending inequalities. The reason why some people end up in sex work is because of inequalities in our societies. If you look at the information, we may not have adequate information on certain populations because it's even difficult to collect information on certain subpopulations. So we need granular data on certain populations, and it has given us granular targets for adolescents, for men who have sex with men, for sex workers, injecting. It's recognizing everybody and putting targets on how we should help these populations before we can say we are making progress as a country. It has also focused on the key populations, like I've said, and it has prioritized combination HIV prevention. And like I indicated, U equals U is for the first time scientifically proven that you cannot sexually transmit HIV if you have reached undetectable levels. So that's why we keep talking of people knowing their viral load. If you are living with HIV, go for viral load testing. Make sure you reach undetectable levels. Adhere to your treatment. Look after yourself. Don't get new infections so that you are not a risk to anybody and you can live freely and peacefully without having any guilt that I might have infected somebody. And then, of course, community leadership is important. We want you young people to take the lead. And the political declaration, like I indicated even in my statement, has put targets. They've said 30% of HIV testing and treatment services must be provided by communities themselves. So resources must flow to communities. So community leadership is recognized. And it also emphasizes that when it comes to prevention, it must be 80% of service delivery done by communities, the affected people, and resources must flow to these communities. So community leadership has been recognized in the global strategy. Now, very quickly, to allow my panelists to come in, I just wanted to talk a little bit on the guidance, the programmatic guidance. When it comes to the programmatic guidance, you skip several slides. Just go. Just go. On the programmatic guidance, we have intersecting inequalities. What are intersecting inequalities? These are inequalities at times when you are a woman, intersecting with being young, you have a lot of things against you. There is discrimination against women. Women do not have the same access. They are not socially and economically empowered as maybe the male form. Why do we have more women having HIV? There are inequalities there. Now, if you are also young, that is making it even worse. Now, if you are also living with a disability. That is even making it more difficult. At times, access to information, you might be deaf. It becomes even more compounding. That's why the global strategy is saying, let's understand the intersecting inequalities, the things which make certain people worse off. At times, just being born in a certain region, in a rural area, disadvantages you from someone who is born in town. So these intersecting inequalities must be understood and addressed. If we gloss over them, we shall still leave certain people or communities or populations behind. And we don't want to leave anyone behind. So intersecting inequalities must be understood. So discrimination based on age, race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, class, citizenship, tribe, those things must be understood. Are we unconsciously discriminating? Are we unconsciously doing some of these things unknowingly because it's part of our culture? We also must address issues of punitive laws, policies, social stigma and discrimination, GBV, gender inequalities. A lady cannot deny a man's sex when they are married, and that's what is taught in society. Regardless of how risky the man is, a woman is not, you can't deny. So these inequalities must be addressed. Inequalities within countries, within regions, and structural inequalities which give unequal opportunities when it comes to education, when it comes to nutrition, occupation, and income. You clearly see if we don't address those things, it will be difficult to end AIDS by 2030. So this is the focus of our strategy going forward if we are to end AIDS by 2030. There are also aspects I want to quickly rush to young people. When it comes to young people, we have a few game changers. The person who was helping me has disappeared. Young people, just move on. Look like you're going backwards. Continue. 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 You'll find young people. Now the next slide. Yes. So you clearly see that when it comes to game-changing strategies, we need to increase access to quality education, including comprehensive sexuality education. If there are inequalities in education, some go to better schools, others to poor schools, where certain things are taught and where certain things are not taught, we need to ensure that there is equality in access to education. The increase in terms of integrated youth-friendly health, protection, and social services, we need to increase that. Social protection must be guaranteed. Certain vulnerable young people, orphans, must not feel disadvantaged because they have no parents. We should have a system that takes care of everybody. And it shouldn't be begging, benevolent. One day this NGO is providing support, next year that NGO is not there, and you are left vulnerable. So our social protection system must cover its population. Then remove barriers to access services, including parental consent norms. We remove those barriers. Strengthen data on young people. We have very little information when it comes to young people, disaggregated by district and even ward level, because now funds are going to the ward. Which wards are worse off than which wards? Where should we prioritize more? We have very little data. We need data to be strengthened in those areas. Foster strategic partnerships between youth-led organizations and key stakeholders based on ethical engagement, and scale up investment in youth leadership and youth-led responses. Given the time, I would like to end it here on the young people. Thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Monasa, for the incredibly useful presentation, for also speeding through a lot of information is a very, very expedient. Whoever is interested to have a look at the presentation, we will get your contact details and share the presentation with you after the session. But once I'd like to invite you to come join us at the high table so we can have an informal, youth-friendly and relaxed discussion. But in the meanwhile, just to make sure that everyone's awake. So Dr. Bonsa talked about 6 strategies right now, his last slide. 6 game changers. One of them was CSE. What does CSE stand for? There's a prize. I think you know. Anyone else? What does CSE stand for? Okay, let's go.
CSE stands for Comprehensive Sexuality Education.
On the money, please give our prize. Someone? Who do we have for prizes? Okay. There was also a lot of talk around HIV prevention methods. Can someone name at least 2 HIV prevention methods? Okay. Your hand going up first.
The PrEP and PEP, which is the PrEP is the pre-exposure prophylaxis, and the other PEP is post-exposure prophylaxis.
Why did you come join us on the panel? You should have. Please give this young lady a prize as well. Okay, so people are paying attention, people are awake, that's amazing. I'd like to hand over to our esteemed panelists, Oswald, Atenda, and Andrew, to give us some of their reflections on Dr. Wallace's presentation. So, comrades, you are all experienced youth leaders, youth activists, advocates who are well recognized in your countries. And I think it's just good to hear from your perspective in terms of your thoughts on this new global AIDS strategy, your thoughts on the data, but also your experiences over the last 2 years in terms of working with your communities during the global pandemic to prevent new HIV infections. Tell us what you think is exciting, tell us what you're most concerned about, and give us your expert insights on this specific issue in response to the presentation that we've just seen. I'd like to start with maybe Andrew, to work out, or you can start with you also if you'd like. 5 minutes selection so we could allow for some engagement with the audience. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Very much about the information on a lot of subjects. Mostly touched on the undetectable and transmittable. That being one of the topics that Phenomenal Youth Association has been very much passionate about. Phenomenal Youth is an organization that's consisting of both HIV negative and positive youth and adolescents. Majority of the people in the organization are living with HIV. Mostly when somebody is living with HIV, there are challenges of not staying alive ahead of the HIV test, HIV positive test. Now, when you have access to information like U equals U, and detectable equals to transmittable, somebody gets to be motivated and gets to have that feeling of not seeing death, loss of isolation. Undetectable equals to transmittable is a life-changing movement that should be a goal for each and every person living with HIV. And it's changed a lot of things in our communities. The most exciting part of it is despite this life-changing information, a lot of people in our communities are not having this information, where they get to find out that they are not going to die, they can go to school, they can get married, and have children without getting to raise their sexual partners or their children. With that said, much appreciation to UNH for the data and how much effort is given to, especially implementing partners, with the promotion of good life, another prevention measure which is undetectable, and transmittable. Now, we should understand that majority of the people living with HIV are young people. We are the future. We cannot say we're future leaders. We are the future, and leadership starts now. I don't know how many of us in our audience knows their HIV status. Do we know our HIV status? Yes. Okay, that's a very good answer. If we are HIV positive, do we have information on undetectable because transmittable? Are we? Yes. What are we doing about it in our communities? Do we know somebody living with HIV who is not very much acquainted with the information? Do our parents know about detectable because transmittable? Do our friends living with HIV have that freedom to share their HIV status with you? How is our approach to the people that we are with, our friends, our families? Are we still talking negatively about people living with HIV? People are still ignorant. That's the most tasteful part, because again, I've gotten to understand that majority of the people that are really much educated are the most ignorant on that part. Right? They don't want to talk much about this information. But you as the future, you as the leaders, what are you doing about it in your own capacity? Yes.
My name is Asaola Commander. I was really waiting for this opportunity. Honestly, the truth is, people are still ignorant, and personally, I feel like much hasn't been done, especially when it comes to the fight of stigma and discrimination. I don't know. I can proudly say I know my HIV status. I am positive. I am on treatment. I have come out open on several occasions. Different platforms, and I can say and proudly say I am undetectable. But the funny part is, I would actually say I wasn't privileged to benefit from the mother-to-child prevention, but now we have a number of alternatives where a child can be born HIV negative. But still, despite all those initiatives, we still record babies or infants who are still born positive. Sometimes it's not because their mothers want to, but from my observation, people do not have information. There's still high levels, but let me say numbers of stigma, let me say cases of stigma and discrimination. People are still shying away from treatment. You'll find someone has started treatment today, but 3 months down the line, they don't visit the facility. I'll give a very good practical example. Here I have opened that in here, but there will still be someone who go outside and twist their story without understanding the reason why I shared, or let me say, I opened that. By the end of the day, if I am not inquisitive enough, I'll drop out, or let me say I'll default. So I would urge different partners who are here, let's take the fight against stigma and discrimination seriously, because it's one of the major reasons why we shun away from treatment. Even last time, the time was Mr. Mana had given me an opportunity to attend the paper COP 2022 planning meeting. I really emphasized about this with passion because I know what it goes through on a daily basis. Imagine I'm an adolescent, I'm in my 20s, I want to know how it feels like to be in a relationship, but I can't get into one because people do not understand what it means to be positive. People still do not understand to say HIV is no longer a life-threatening disease. It's just as any other disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We definitely want to delve into systematic discrimination, as well as ignorance in the working groups. But also, I will ask you to wrap up so we can hear from the experience of Zimbabwe and then go back to Mark.
So, in conclusion, one thing that we're supposed to realize that we're still having stigma. It's very much high. But these days, it's just to reduce, people are not pointing fingers of somebody who's on treatment or somebody who's HIV status they know. They are actually laughing at somebody who's not really taking care of themselves. So, to you, a youth person living with HIV, acceptance is very much key. Get to know about your health, protect your mental health, and be happy. In conclusion, to Dr. Manza, this is my plea to you and the implementation partners. We have, I would say, we are not having very much high numbers of viral testing in our health facilities. This will help to force people to know about their viral load, and it will motivate them to know that the drugs, the therapies they're taking, it's actually working, and it will boost their self-esteem levels to know that they are not dying and they are protected.
I was taking some interview, doing some beautiful Ghana.
Thank you very much for the presentation of Commander and my colleagues for just presenting. When we are in a big event like this one, and we always speak to the converted. But let me just give an example to say that there's someone in a very remote rural area, an adolescent girl, maybe who's around 15 years old, who is experiencing sexual gender-based violence on a daily basis with no information on how to protect themselves, and probably already acquiring HIV in the process. And probably she's in poverty. And often when it comes to the issue of HIV, for us to address HIV in the East and Southern African regions, what we really need to do is to think and have a paradigm shift in terms of our development approach. By fighting poverty, we are more equipped to fight HIV. We have seen this effectively working with the DREAMS program that has been happening across different countries. When you introduce interventions that are in silos, you will not be able to address HIV epidemic. We really need to think through what it means in Africa for us to fight poverty, what it means for us, Africa, to ensure that there is equitable access to education, because we know when you empower people with education, they can make better decisions. When young adolescent girls are given an opportunity to go to school, they are less likely to give birth, they are more likely to be able to have self-control, they are more likely able to seek a better job, take care of their families, and this on its own means we are able to respond to the HIV epidemic at local level. I was very much impressed when the Honorable Minister was speaking early in the morning and talking about development and development at the local grassroots level. Let me just speak to the young people like myself and those who are younger than myself. If we are not participating in these events to be leaders in our community, only to come for photos and to go and just talk to our peers that have been to this in the and so on. We need to have a shift in mindset. This knowledge that we've acquired is for us to take on leadership heads on in our community. We need to be taking part as young councillors who are empowered, who are informed, so that we're not talking and making decisions about budget. We are making decisions knowing that this HIV epidemic that we need to address at grassroots. Can you hear me? Is it clear what I'm saying? If we are not taking leadership, we will still continue to have issues of HIV within our grassroots communities. We will still talk about HIV even 20 years from now, because we are empowered that we are not taking leadership roles in spaces that matter. We have seen this issue going on in different countries where young people are very much educated, but the people who take on power are those radical young people who are just able to think that they're not going to make the right decisions that can empower communities. What does it mean? What it means is, if a young person, like the young lady who spoke there, becomes a councillor in one of those remotest districts in this country, and when she's a councillor, when decisions pertaining to allocation of resources are being made, she's in the room, and she contributes to make that decision. She ensures that there's accessible health care. She ensures that there's accessible education. She ensures that there's equitable access to resources for women. We are already addressing HIV at grassroots and addressing that granular data that I was saying by addressing issues of leadership within our communities. And when I'm talking about leadership, I'm not just talking about corporate leadership. I'm talking about even political leadership. Can you hear me on this one? I'm talking about political leadership. Never sit there as a young person empowered and think that you respond to these issues by just speaking in a conference. You can only be able to address these issues by taking on political leadership, starting maybe other viable enterprises that can help you to be an empowered person who influence structures and systems at a global level and starting at local. Myself, I lead an organization called Youth Advocates. And I want to give an example of what I've learned over the years. I started this organization when I was 17 years old. 17 years old. While we were having challenges in school. And I started by recruiting other peer young people to be peer educators. The challenge that we're having at our schools is that a lot of teachers were not teaching guidance and counseling. And a lot of young people, when they were making mistakes, they were always penalized for making those mistakes. Be it sexual affairs, be it issue of drug and substance abuse, teachers were taking a punitive approach to try to address issues faced by young people. And when we started the movement at school, we started a movement to educate teachers. To educate young people in an appropriate way. And when we're educating teachers, that's when they realize that the way that they were portraying young people, they need to have a shift in terms of their approach and start educating them so that they can make the right decision. Because when a sexual issue or a sexual matter, a decision is being made, there are only two people in a close space. Opening times when young people are making decisions whether they have sex or not, they are in a closed room or somewhere confined. So that movement, when we started it, it was a movement of leadership and transformation by taking leadership role. So as I try to wind up my presentation, I just wanted to ask again this question. If we have the tools, if we have the knowledge, where are we going wrong when it comes to addressing the issue of the epidemic within the region, HIV epidemic within the different constituents that were being presented, be it sex workers, be it young women selling sex? We already have the tools, but where is the problem? So the solution is already known. It begins with us. The solution is us influencing leadership processes, influencing the thought process, and as young people, let's take the bull by its horns by being the change that we want to see in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Pretender. Some really, really good points, especially around localized youth leadership. And just appreciating the comments from the colleagues and comrades who are joining us online. Lots of talk around the importance of prioritizing discussions around mental health in terms of HIV prevention and also the treatment of HIV. Some discussions around how we are flooded with information, but stigma still prevails. So clearly indicating that information alone does not change human behavior. But let's go to Andrew and get his intervention before we open up for an engagement with the audience. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for that insightful presentation. My name is Andrew Samata. I'm the program officer at Zambian Youth Platform. You know, talking about HIV is usually an emotive issue. You know, when we were just coming in the morning, one of my colleagues approached me in confidence, saying, Andrew, of what relevance is this conference to someone who is already HIV positive? We're going to talk about prevention. We're talking about prevention. Then, at what point will it be to have somebody who's been here? So it gave me something to think about quickly, but I realized that we're actually largely here because of even the people that are HIV positive. My colleague also alluded to U equals U, which is undetectable, is untransmittable. It's a strategy also known as prevention by treatment in the health circles. So we understand that if HIV positive patients take care of themselves, then they will protect those that, they will help protect those that are HIV negative from contracting the disease. But then what should we prevent HIV? Well, it should be known that apart from our desire to have an HIV-free generation, remember at one point in history there was no HIV. It popped up just like any other pandemic would. And the world has been battling to end this pandemic, and now we have a target of ending it as a public health threat by 2030. So how do we do that if we don't place emphasis on closing this gap? The other important reason why this gap has to be closed, my fellow friends, that there's a cost associated to contracting HIV. There is what is called antiretroviral therapy, which is administered to HIV patients for life. So now how much more do you want to spend on art, for instance, if we are not going to control these numbers? Unlike other pandemics, other diseases, HIV has no vaccine at the moment, so we can't start thinking of probably reaching a point where we can attain some herd immunity. So contraction will go on and on. And so with all this knowledge that we have over the years about the pandemic, I might also ask the same question as the tender was asking. How is it that we're still getting it wrong? If the target is to end this pandemic as a global threat, public health threat by 2030, and we're still looking at prevention rates of as little as 1%, like for my country, then that means we still have a long way to go, and we may probably have to rethink this target of how feasible is the target of ending HIV/AIDS as a public health threat by 2030 if we are crawling. if just addressing prevention seems to be a problem. So I can talk briefly about our experience in this field from my organization perspective, insofar as HIV prevention is concerned. You may notice that the condom use has drastically reduced for many reasons, apart from among them being that, well, the condom is no longer as attractive as it used to be back in the day. You find the socially marketed condoms on the market, on the other hand, also are out of reach, cost-wise, among most young people. So we did set up a campaign called the Sex and Condom Campaign, in which we're trying to encourage young people to, practice safe sex. There was one place where we did a small trip. We got a set of condoms and put interesting labels on them and put them on one bowl and had a separate bowl where there was just condoms without any special label. When we got back after a period, we discovered that the condoms that had unique labels inviting weights on them were all picked up, and that bowl was empty. Whereas the other condom was just like any other condom in the other bowl remained untapped. So you can see that there is really a lot of work that we need to do, especially when it comes to encouraging condom use. I think I'll end there for now.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for those incredibly useful contributions. Before I come back to Dr. Mwansa, I do want to open up to the floor in case there are any questions or comments directed towards specific panelists. But when you respond, Dr. Mwansa, I want you to maybe talk a bit about the state of play with regards to condom programming in particular. Because one of the things we've been seeing across the region is that supply chains around commodities like condoms have effectively stalled and crashed due to COVID. But even before COVID, in many countries, there was a radio crisis. Kenya, Tanzania, Namibia, Zambia, Malawi, a few countries have been experiencing shockouts or stockouts. It's made shocking headlines on front page news. But what's happened? Have members of parliament accounted? Have ministers accounted? Have young people held their duty bearers accountable? And what is there to do? And what can we do in our part? So I'm going to take 3 questions, or 3 comments, or a mix of comments and questions. Can I get some hands? And when I give you the microphone, please direct your question to a specific speaker or your comment to a specific speaker. I'm going to go with you. I am going to go with the gentleman right at the back with the tie. And I'm going to go with you. The blue shirt. Let's go.
Mr. Senator asked me the question. He said, where are we going wrong as a region in ensuring HIV prevention in our region? So I think as a region, we are not paying more attention to key populations. We have identified that more new infections are coming from them, but we are discriminating them, even as healthcare workers. They are being discriminated. So there is need to sensitize healthcare workers so they could take care of sex workers, transgender, gay, and so forth. In Zimbabwe, we have created committees which include key populations so that they will encourage other key populations to get services from any clinics. Thank you.
Thank you for that very useful insight from Zimbabwe. Right to the back we go. Gentleman with the tie, I see you. Please keep your question comment brief and direct to a specific speaker.
Okay, this question is going direct to Dr. Chanda. Dr. Chanda. Lately, in the recent past, partner infant violence is one of those issues which led to the high rate of HIV. So I want to know what these other implementing partners, what support are they offering to the community in terms of reducing the numbers of intimate partner violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last contribution from you. Yep.
My question is related to the minister, what the minister said. She said that AIDS will end 20, they are meaning to end AIDS in 2030. So is it that there is AIDS going to end, are they going to find a cure for HIV and AIDS or what?
That's a very good question. Too often we find political leaders making very glamorous statements, and the UN and all our development colleagues obviously endorse this language. But what do we mean by ending AIDS? And it's a legitimate question, and I definitely think the panelists should address it. So I'm going to direct that to Dr. Mwanza. So questions around key populations, questions around intimate partner violence, and questions around what ending AIDS means. I'm going to ask you to provide responses as all panelists, but also provide some of your closing thoughts and insights. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Mwanza, and work our way down. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Very interesting questions and very pertinent. You remember, like I said, that during our time, and I've been around on it for quite some time. I've been around for quite some time. I think when I look around, I'm the oldest in this team. That's why at times I like my younger colleagues to be dealing with youth issues, because I'm a senior citizen. Although some people say I still look young. On Saturday I'll be 63 years old, so I'm quite. During our time, we didn't have the tools that you guys have. So for some of us to still be alive, you start saying, anyway, God is there. Maybe it's by God's grace that we have lost so many of our colleagues, so many of our siblings, relatives, but by God's grace we were given a chance to still be alive. So the tools that are currently there, the knowledge that is currently there, we can definitely end AIDS as a public health threat. We are already, you remember HIV was called a pandemic. Now it's just called an epidemic because it's only a major problem in localized regions of the world. And sub-Saharan Africa, particularly Eastern and Southern Africa, we seem to be the epicenter of the epidemic. So it is becoming a localized problem. And I'm happy colleagues have talked about U equals U, or treatment as prevention. Whoever gets HIV will only get it from a person who is positive. You only get HIV from a person who is positive, be it your parents or your sexual partners. Or those days we used to talk about blood transfusions, using or sharing of sharp instruments, where blood from an infected person or fluids from an infected person enters your body. That's how you get it. Now, I want to emphasize something on U equals U. If you go to the Zambian treatment guidelines on viral suppression, you have heard us talk about viral suppression. The guidelines are focused on treatment. The guidelines only become, or a health worker will become allowed if your viral load is 1,000 copies per milliliter of blood and above. If it's below 1,000 copies of the virus per milliliter of blood, then treatment is working in you. You haven't reached the threshold where they become alarmed and say, maybe we change treatment. If it's above 1,000 copies, they might even cancel you. Are you taking your drugs regularly? Are you adhering? Are you following the guidelines we have given you? They might cancel you. But if it's below 1,000, they might not even cancel you. Because that's what the treatment guidelines threshold is. But when it comes to undetectable is 40 copies to 75 copies of the virus per milliliter. 40, the range of 40 to 75. So if you have 50 copies of the virus per milliliter of blood, that's undetectable. Are you following me? So if you are below 1,000, they say you are suppressed, but you may not be undetected. That must be fully understood. When they say, okay, this one, the drugs are working, it doesn't mean that you are undetected. And as peer educators, let's understand this very carefully. Are we together? Understand this very carefully. When you go for your viral load test, be interested in the actual figure. Be interested in the actual figure. We still have problems like colleagues have said here that we don't have sufficient viral load machines. At times they take your blood sample, they take it for testing. At times you don't even get the results. But as persons living with HIV, let's build a strong interest to know the actual figures. What is the actual reading? Okay? We were talking with the Dr. Lloyd Mlenga, the Director for Infectious Diseases at the Ministry of Health. And he was sharing with us. Professor Lloyd, he was saying last year they recorded 153,000 new cases. 153,000 new cases. Lusaka province alone, he was saying 43,000 new cases. Now, all these new cases can only come because of interactions between people who are negative and people who are positive. And in Zambia, if you look at the estimates, the figures we are currently talking about, we are saying 96.2%. 96.2% of the people who are on treatment have reached viral suppression. That's the estimate they gave us last year. And they are saying we have put 96.2% of people who know their HIV status on treatment. So if only, let's say for argument's sake, 5% are not virally suppressed, why are we having so many new infections? Are you following me? So treatment adherence, very crucial. Treatment adherence, very crucial. And let's be interested in the viral load tests so that our target as a person living with HIV is to reach undetected. And let me emphasize again, the virus copies in a milliliter of blood should range between 40 and 75, then you are undetectable. Then science has proved that those who have reached that threshold cannot transmit the virus sexually to their partners. You can't. Let me not almost zero. If you have reached that threshold, you are not a threat. So it's in our best interest to reach viral suppression and reach undetectable, which is equal to untransmittable. And that's very crucial. This knowledge, I think we are maybe not debating and discussing this very effectively. So, my dear, how are we going to end AIDS? The syndrome, the manifestation of diseases, opportunistic infections attacking you. That's the AIDS. We are not saying ending HIV, the virus. The virus is with us. But ending the state of being sickly, having opportunistic infections, ending AIDS by 2030. If we reach undetectable, we have ended AIDS. If you control the virus, you have suppressed the virus in your body, there will be no AIDS. So that is the science behind it, and that's the truth about it. The challenge is most people, we are careless about our conditions. We have a lot of conditions. Even as young as you are, you have passed through a lot of health challenges. As to our older, even worse. We have heart issues, liver issues, lung issues. That's why we are more vulnerable to COVID. And I was being reminded to remind some of you are dropping your guard in terms of COVID. You are not wearing your masks. Some of us are at risk. Some of us survived from living with COVID. So it's a serious matter to some of us. Maybe to you young people, it's not a serious matter. But it's something we should take seriously. Anything that affects us, we should take it seriously. So with HIV, as long as you are taking your drugs consistently, regularly, as guided, you reach undetectable levels, no problem. We have colleagues who have lived with HIV, even now in their 70s, they have been on treatment. The young people without HIV have died, they are still alive. Why? Because of the new developments and drugs that are available.
Sorry to interject. I was giving you extra time there because I think your ability to explain things in very simple ways that are understandable by adolescents and young people is quite profound. And I think your answer in terms of what we mean by ending AIDS by 2030 is quite comprehensive, especially your historical perspective in terms of how AIDS was a pandemic 30 years ago and how it's now localized epidemic is very, very useful. So thank you very much for that clarification. Who found that clarification helpful? Did you learn something? Learn something? Great, that's the important part. Andrew, let's go to you for closing remarks, and then we'll do Jitendra and Oswald before we set people free for lunch.
Thank you once again. Back to the strategy. The approaches are excellent. The approaches are excellent on paper, such as ending inequality and the focus on key population, and also that zeroing in, looking closely at intersecting inequality. I believe if adequate effort is put in implementing this approach, we will definitely yield much ground in fighting this epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Someone asked a question about intimate partner violence. I want to give you an example of a project that we run in Zimbabwe. Youth advocates run Zimbabwe's biggest call center, which is the 393 Youth Helpline. When the COVID lockdown started in 2020, we responded to over 46,000 SGB, sexual gender-based violence related cases. And of all those cases, over 70% of the cases, they were related to economic hardships at home. and only about 40% were related to small houses and extramarital affairs. They will interpret in between economic hardships and extramarital affairs. So, one of the things that we need to do when we are addressing issues of intimate partner violence, let's try to understand the root causes. When I'm talking about root causes, let me speak to those even young people who follow international trends. Those who have followed the international case of Will Smith and the wife. When the wife had an extramarital affair, it was not an extramarital affair, it became an entanglement. But think of your grandfather in a rural area. If he has an extramarital affair, it becomes a big issue. But when people are wealthy, when they have extramarital affairs, it becomes something that they can talk about. Often say, no, it was just an entanglement of some sort. So, my take-home comment is this. Let's rethink development approaches. We want to see education continuously being a key priority in our approach to development and response to HIV. CSE has to be adopted by government, comprehensive sexuality education, so that our young people are equipped to respond to the new mass media approaches to education. Remember, when you're at home, your parents are not talking about sex, but your television is educating you about sex and it's happening openly everywhere. So we are giving young people the tools to fight HIV by giving them education through comprehensive sexuality education so that they make the right decision. My next issue is that every young person in this room, they want to be economically empowered. So in our response to HIV, let's ensure that when you are talking about young people in East and Southern Africa, and to be more specific, here in Zambia, let's not just give silo HIV interventions without economic empowerment. You are doing a disservice to the young people. We want to be educated, we want to be economically empowered. My last point is this. We want to see equities. And equities can only come if you are economically empowered, and you are able to set up policies and legislation that address the barriers we face, be it in accessing health, be it in accessing jobs, be it in accessing other economic opportunities. So those three E's, education, economic empowerment, and equitable access to different developmental services, will be game changers in us addressing those issues that we're talking about in ending AIDS by 2030 as a public health threat. Thank you.
As I was listening to Dr. Marshall, I got in touch with the new HIV cases, 153,000. That's a very much alarming number, meaning already people who we have a very big number that is that people are already on treatment. Now this is a new number, but ask yourself why we are having such big numbers, such new cases, new HIV cases. Again, the same question that my colleague asked: what are we doing wrong? What could be so wrong that we're having so much information, but we're still having 9 numbers of new HIV cases? Again, we go back to the statement. We are still having that stigma because we don't want to share. We have people that are in relationships and their partners are not even aware of the status, their HIV status, the HIV status of their sexual partner. Some, it's not because they don't want to say, but out to disclose, it's very much difficult. Now, we go back to, again, to EU equals U and undetectable equals to untransmittable being a treatment, prevention. This is treatment as prevention. Somebody who is already on treatment and attains a detectable viral load, they cannot pass on the HIV virus. Now imagine how much favor you can be doing to yourself as a person, as a young person living with HIV. One, you are taking undetectable viral load, you cannot transmit, you know your HIV status, maybe you are not going to have unnecessary, unwanted sex. You protect your health, you look after yourself, and you know how to stay healthy. Above all, you are going to avoid opportunistic infections. It is very much important for us to love our bodies very much so that we do not get to have new HIV infections. The target is to end AIDS by 2030. That is the target. We are all in this together. If we have to end AIDS, we have to stand united and do our best. As a youth living with HIV, as a person coming from an organization that deals with people living with HIV, our main goal is to ensure that information like undetectable, transmittable, is reached in all our communities so that somebody gets to know that there is treatment that will help them attain their undetectable viral load. Thank you very much.
Another big hand for all of our panelists. I think they did this. We've had to unfortunately reconfigure this panel. I do see your hand. Unfortunately, we do want people to go to lunch, but I do promise that we have the rest of whatever's left today, as well as tomorrow, to free up more time for conversation. It's a recommendation. I have time for a recommendation, but one recommendation. Are the rapporteurs paying attention? Rapporteurs, can you capture this recommendation that we have?
Okay, my name is Selma Chadoi. I work with persons with disabilities. So as far as we are talking about reducing the number of the new infection of HIV, please, let's have interpreters in these hospitals. These people, they lack information. Even just to explain pre-exposure prophylaxis is something that they can't understand. And when they go to the clinic, they are tested positive. There are no instructions that are given to them due to language barrier. As a result, a second person has to come in, which is lack of confidentiality, because I will know all their status being an interpreter, which is not okay. So I urge all organizations that as we do our programming, let's try our level best, even just to know the basics in sign language. Thank you.
A very, very constructive recommendation, but also reported the importance of that principle that we've all subscribed to in terms of leaving no one behind. But when we respond to leaving no one behind, we often have to ask ourselves, who has already been left furthest behind? And how do we catch them up? Through our strategies, through our interventions, through our policies and programs fundamentally. Thank you, Dr. Mwansa, for your incredible leadership, for your presentation at such short notice, and for your distilling of such robust information in simple and constructive ways that we as adolescents and young people can understand. Thank you to Andrew Samata, thank you to Katienda, and thank you also for their incredible leadership within their communities. Please give them a round of applause. And to you all for being such a fantastic audience. I'm now going to hand back over to Michelle. She's going to give us a briefing on what lunch logistics looks like, as well as the breakout sessions which we're going into after this, to give us more time to talk and engage. Over to you, Michelle.
Thank you, Levi, and thank you to the amazing panelists that we had on the session. So I'll just quickly go into lunch details. Chola, I would like for you to lead the team first, so that we can get them to get their food before everyone else, and then we will all follow after that. Lunch will be an hour. So lunch is, I don't know if do we all know where the restaurant is? At the far end of
I'm a teacher by profession, so when I greet people, I feel they should speak louder than me as a teacher, you know, when you get to class. So good afternoon.
How are you? Okay, you can sit down now. I will do a presentation on the East and Southern Africa ministerial commitment on comprehensive sexuality education and sexual and health rights. This is a ministerial commitment that was done by our ministries. So without much ado, here we go. So the ESA commitment was affirmed by the ministers of education, the ministers of health, the ministers of gender and youth from Eastern and Southern Africa, who gathered virtually through the ICASA conference in Durban in South Africa on 6th December 2021. This is in addition to the ESA commitment that was signed in 2013, again during the ICASA, that came to an end in 2021. So our ministers from East and Southern Africa supporting African adolescents and young people to be continental and global citizens who are educated, who are healthy, resilient, socially responsible, informed decision makers with a capacity to contribute to their communities countries and the region. And the endorsement of the ESA commitment was done in Zambia, and Zambia was represented by the Honorable and the Gender Division Permanent Secretary, Ms. Kabinga Mainga. The Minister of Youth and Sport was not represented because of they have come on board and they are with us. What is the ESA commitment all about? One of the things is that it responds also to the global commitment that the ESA commitment will support countries to deliver the collective commitments made in the UN high-level political declaration. Dr. Mwansa talked about some of the targets this morning and partly of the afternoon on HIV AIDS, the ICPD plus 25 Nairobi, and the Addis Ababa, and the Africa we want 20. I'm already over 40 years, sure how old I will be in 2063, but it's an achievement for you young people who are here today in your 20s. We have very few years to get to 2063. All these have to make Africa and young people responsive to their needs. One of the things the ESA commitment acknowledges is that the COVID-19 has increased the vulnerability of adolescents and young people, especially young women, and the most marginalized, including people with disabilities, raising concerns about decreased uptake of services. Okay? This is one of the challenges, and I'm sure between today and tomorrow, these are some of the issues that you'll be discussing. Secondly, the ESSA commitment also acknowledges that there's an increase in school dropouts, early and unintended pregnancies, gender-based violence, vulnerability to different forms of exploitation and abuse, suicide ideation, drugs and alcohol abuse, child marriages, and female genital mutilation. FGM may not be very common in Zambia or this part of the world, especially in East and Southern Africa, but it's common somewhere in Eastern Africa and Africa in general. School dropouts are a menace in this country. We always have young people dropping out of school. At one time, the numbers were swelling to 16,000, 17,000 per year. That is filling Nkoloma Stadium. That's a stadium of spectators watching a football match. Just imagine 16,000, and those are the only people who the school system has captured. But we know that there are more than 16,000 teenagers who get pregnant. The ESSA commitment has certain targets, short-term and long-term. And the short-term, the first target is that 95% of adolescents and young people must be reached with good quality, age-appropriate, culturally relevant, and evidence-based sexuality education through in and out of school programs. The comprehensive sexuality education that is offered in Zambia, and in particular, and in most of the countries in East and Southern Africa, is age-appropriate. It is given to learners who have a certain capacity of understanding. Like in this case, in the case of Zambia, it starts from grade 5 up to grade 12. It's culturally relevant. What is offered based on our cultural dimensions. We believe that as young people, we need to give respect to adults. There are certain cultural norms that we believe in that are positive, and these are included in the CSE framework. So the target is that by 2025, which is basically 3 years from now or 4 years from now, we must have 95% of adolescents and young people being reached with comprehensive sexuality education. The second target, again by the end of 2025, is that adolescents and youth-friendly SRHR services are integrated into the universal health coverage package. This is the work of the ministry and its partners. But one of the things we should always remember as young people and as adolescents is that you must demand for such services. They will never be given to you on a silver platter. You know that, eh? When politicians speak, they speak well, very articulate. But when they go to implement, they don't implement what they had spoken about. And so it's our responsibility to demand for this. But this is up to 2025. The Minister of Health, who was here this morning, affirmed to these targets. So hold her responsible. We must have a functional multi-sectoral framework in place to facilitate linkages between sexuality education programs for in and out of school and integrated SRIH and psychosocial services. Providing CSE in school or even out of school at resource centers or communities in one thing. Accessing services is another. The most important thing we advocate for is the provision of services. That the young people must walk into a facility and access the services without discrimination. We don't want to hear any Auntie-Pamela saying, why are you here? We are supposed to be in school. I'll tell your auntie that you came to get condoms. No. We have been there before and we continue advocating for change. By 2025, again, target number 4 is that number of countries with laws and regulations that guarantee full and equal access to young women and men aged 15 years and older to sexual reproductive health care, information and education without discrimination. The numbers must increase. The numbers must speak. Target number 5 is that there's an increased number of youth-led organizations, the ones that are here, groups and networks who are regularly engaged through systematic approach and participate in policy and decision-making processes relating to adolescents and young people, SRHR. Get the ESSA commitment. You can download it anywhere. Just Google it, ESSA commitment. Hold it. Keep it. Go with it to the Minister of Health or Minister of Education or the Gender Division Permanent Secretary and tell them that we need to participate in decision making. You assented to this. You endorsed the ESSA commitment in December 2021. If you are left out, hold them accountable. For youths in Zambia, tell them 2026 is coming. 2026 is not very far, right? Last year, the young people in this country turned up in numbers and ushered in the government of today. Hold them accountable on target number 5. We should not make decisions for young people. Young people must participate in the decision making and policies. Don't just wake up one day and there's a policy for you. No. And believe me, Amos will agree or Sibu will agree. They will not invite you. You must demand to be invited. You know this, why they will not invite you? Do you know one of the reasons they will not invite you? Okay. Because I'm an adult now, and I was there before. I was where you are sitting. And they will say, so why do we need young people here? We will make decisions for them because they use the term, you are the future leaders. Refuse, you are not the future leaders. You are the leaders of today. Don't be told future leaders. If you are told future leaders, Baba, the future does not come. Do you know that the future will never come? It's always future. So why should you accept to be a future leader? You are a leader today. Target number 5, participate in policies. Target number 6, fast-track regional and country-level actions to reduce early and unintended pregnancies and adolescents, among adolescents and young people aged 10 to 24 by 40%. Reduce new HIV infections. Dr. Mwansa gave some very glaring statistics, right? Some of the statistics are scary, but we must work and we must demand this from the government. They need to give us an opportunity to sit and talk. This one is by 2030, okay? This is in a longer term. 7 years from now, we must have regional and country level actions. Right now, I know the Ministry of Health is developing a strategy to reduce teenage pregnancy. And a meeting was held in Samba about 3 weeks ago. How many of you were in that meeting? You don't even know. So a strategy is being developed for you and you don't know. Be active and demand for a place to sit. By 2030 again, we are targeting to eliminate all forms of violence, including sexual and gender-based violence against adolescent girls and young women. Now, eliminate may be a very ambitious word to use. As long as human beings are human beings, there will obviously be small fightings, but that should not lead to violence. We can argue, but we should not go beyond that. By 2030, that's the target. Even the last ESA commitment was also saying the same thing. Eliminate, eliminate. And then the last target is to eliminate harmful practices such as child marriage and FGM. For us, child marriage must be eliminated and it should come to an end. And we can do it. If we work together, we can eliminate child marriage. On Tuesday, we were in Kafue with colleagues from SIDA and the Ministry of Education. And there was a girl who had come back from school, the re-entry policy. And she was giving a testimony. And she said, the only reason why I decided to become pregnant at the age of 15, because we were 4 of us who were playing together. 3 of my colleagues became pregnant and they started laughing at me, saying, "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" And then she also decided to get married. She also decided to become pregnant. But thereafter she realized that it was not making sense. Out of the 4 of them, she's the only one who has come back to school. And we were impressed, believe me. And the message to our friends, we asked her, "So what are you telling your friends?" And told them, one of my friends actually had that to go on. I'll be winding up shortly. The last target is a sustainable financing modality. Now, this is where we need to show. We can have all the targets, but if we don't have money, we will not go anywhere. We must demand for money. The yellow book, Amos here knows it very well. If you are not in the yellow book, you are not anywhere else. And we have an opportunity because of the new government, the new Dawn government, to hit the nail and to remind them 2026 is here. The last 2 slides is that we must hold the government accountable. We must ensure that we are represented. I will give the presentation. I've already given the presentation to the facilitators. But one of the things that I just want to speak about is that the ESA commitment is here, and it's a ministerial commitment. And you must use it as advocacy. You go into group advocacy, and the ESA commitment is one tool that we can use right now. For Zambia, the last slide, we are developing the ESA commitment implementation plan 2022 to 2030. And the meeting scheduled to include GRZ, young people, selected CSOs, UN agencies, parliamentarians, traditional and religious leaders. The ministries of education and Ministry of Health have prepared that, and we are supporting. Ask them for space to come to Furinjila. I know I've been invited, but have you? I'm an old person. Okay? You need to be there. There'll be young people, but which young people are there? Youth-led organizations, which ones are there? Demand for that space. Okay? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mumba, for that incredibly concise presentation. I think we all learned something. First time you all had heard of the ESA commitment? Yeah. And also big congratulations on UNESCO and the UN Family's leadership in terms of getting the ESA commitment renewed. We know that there was a lot of pushback, a lot of opposition against it, but good on you for working on getting it over the line during very challenging circumstances. So let's do a pop quiz. Mr. Mumba spoke about 10 targets that are in the ESA commitment between now and 2030. Who can name at least one target? Let's see. He spoke about violence. He spoke about financing. Let's see. Oh, right here.
He spoke about the last target, which is holding the government accountable, which is accountability by the year 2030.
Fantastic. You get a prize. Okay. Do you want to go? Another target. You can't repeat that one.
To end child marriages. Yes.
That's correct. That is a target. One more. One more. One more. Ooh, I haven't gone to that side of the room. I see the young man in the blue shirt at the back. Yeah, you. What target?
Of all the targets, I'm much interested in the one that talks about the increased number of youth-led organizations, which is now challenging all the youths to say we need to come out in the open and then make up groups that are going to talk about these things.
That is fantastic. I like your notes. Please talk to Mr. Mumba before you leave to get an invite, because definitely more youth-led, youth-serving organizations need to be involved in this process. I do think we need to wrap this up now, so I'm going to hand over to Michelle, who's got to make an announcement before we go into groups.
All right. Thank you so much, Levi. So I'd like to call upon Pierre Birori. Pierre, are you here? Is Mr. Birori here? If anyone knows where to find him, kindly get him for us. Okay, while we're waiting for Pierre to come, we have 4 breakaway sessions that we're going to go into. So the first one is on youth-led social accountability, which will be in Mwata Kazembe side room. The second one is youth-led service delivery, which will be held in Litunga side room. The third session is lobbying and advocacy, which will be held in this very room. And then the fourth session is religious and traditional actors, which will happen in one of the rooms behind. So you just have to follow Ruth. Ruth, are you here? Can you stand so that they see you? Ruth? Okay, when she comes, I'll let her stand so that you can follow her as you are led to the side room. So, show of hands. How many are interested in the first side room, the session on youth-led social accountability? Just a show of hands. Okay. Youth-led service delivery. Show of hands. Okay. Lobbying and advocacy. Show of hands. Okay. Okay. Religious and traditional actors. Show of hands. Okay. Thank you very much.
So I think we can ask one more time. So social accountability. How many of you are interested in holding governments, the UN, and even other civil society organizations accountable? You're looking at strategies for accountability. You're looking at methods for accountability. How many of you are interested in accountability? Okay, a lot more. Youth-led service delivery. We talked about systems for health and how young people can't just be given youth corners anymore, that we need to ensure that health systems in their totalitarian become responsive to young people's needs. Who's interested in the future of health systems? A lot more. Okay, Michelle, you're taking note, yeah? And then last but not, no, well, the last two are lobbying and advocacy. So how many of you want to get involved in policy advocacy and want to hold governments accountable, the UN accountable, and work as a force for good, as civil society? We know there's policy, there's strategy, there's tons and tons of paper, but how many of you want to use those tools for accountability and want strategies to do that? Yeah, okay, there's a lot more. And then lastly, traditional leaders, religious and traditional leaders. Who wants to work with religious and traditional leaders? Usually we tend to disparage and not be kind about our religious and traditional leaders, but who wants to work with them and wants to learn how to work with them? A lot more. Okay, so Michelle, do you want to help us break out into groups, or is Ruth doing that?
Right, so Ruth is here. So that's Ruth in the back there. Those that are going into the session led by GIZ on religious and traditional actors, kindly follow Ruth. So Ruth, you can lead the team that's joining the session on religious and traditional actors. So just hold on, just one moment before you follow her. All right. Yeah, so religious and traditional actors, you can follow Ruth.
Please follow Ruth. She's right over there.
So those going into the session on religious and traditional actors, kindly follow Ruth. All right, thank you. Those that are going into the session on youth-led social accountability, please stand. Youth-led social accountability, please stand. Okay, so I need one of the ushers. Ushers, I need one of you to show them where Mwata Kazembe room is. Any of the ushers there at the back? Anyone? Raise your hand so that they can see you. Okay, so youth.
So colleagues working on social accountability, you can follow the colleague at the back who has a hand raised in black.
Just raise your hand again.
There we go. Hello.
Okay.
Yes,
So
if you want social
let's follow
accountability,
them.
you can follow those.
I'll need another usher to show them the Litunga side room. So those that are going for youth-led service delivery. Youth-led service delivery. Litunga side room. And then those who are staying for lobbying and advocacy, please let's just move forward. If you're seated at the back, please let's move forward. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Lobbying and advocacy, please move forward. Let's occupy these front seats.
Please feel welcome to sit around tables, occupy these front chairs if you need to, if you're here for lobbying and advocacy.
Those that are seated at the back, please let's move forward so that we can start our session. If you're joining the session on lobbying and advocacy, please let's occupy these front seats. Thank you.
Colleagues. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're good? Thank you. You guys had lunch? You had lunch? Is there someone who hasn't eaten in the room? Eh? Raise your hand. I can give you food. Okay. All right. So, welcome to the session on advocacy. And I am hoping that I will not be doing the talking, but you guys will be doing the talking. We have a colleague. Her name is Juliet. She's online. Juliet, are you able to hear us? Juliet, are you there? Okay, so if Juliet comes on, we will ask her to introduce herself. So I will tell you briefly about me. My name's
Amos Mwale. Those from Eastern Province call me Amos Mwale. The Bembas call me Amos C. Okay? Depending on which side of the city you come from or the part of the country. Okay?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Inos. Pleasure meeting you, sir. Okay, so you see, it depends, eh? So, Juliet is on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
I
so
can hear
Juliet
you.
is on. Juliet, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
We can't hear you. Hold on. Are you able to hear
Ma-
Juliet? Juliet,
I can
Karibu.
hear you. I can hear you, Asante. I can hear you, but I don't know why
Okay,
you can't
Asante.
hear me.
No, we're able to get you loud and clear now. Asante
Okay.
sana. And
Super. Thank you.
Lusaka.
Nashkuru,
So you can
Asante.
introduce. Yeah. So you can introduce yourself, and then you can run us into your presentation. Then we'll take it up from there.
Okay. First of all, let me begin by introducing myself. My name is Juliet Kimotho. I am a senior advocacy officer with the African Population and Health Research Center, better known as APHRC. And I am very elated to be here with you all today. I see the number of young people interested in advocacy, and I get so excited because very soon you'd all be comrades, or some of you are already comrades, like the rest of us pursuing advocacy. But just before I begin, I'd like to know if I am able to share my screen during my presentation, because I have some graphics that would be interesting for the young people to watch. Hello, can I share my screen? Will it be allowed? Hello.
Juliet, you
Yeah,
can go ahead and share this. Okay, you can go ahead and share the screen.
Okay, let me do that now. Can you see my screen? I'm so changed. I can't see it. Oh, it's uploading. I think. Processing. It's my first time using this site, and it's so cool. So congratulations to the ones that have put together this particular platform. I'll try again. Share screen. Oh, now I can. Now I can. So allow me to navigate. Can you see my slides? Someone please confirm.
Yes, we can, Juliet.
Super, super. Thank you so much, Levi. So, colleagues, today I am very, like I said, excited to be able to be listening in and us learning together in terms of what lobby and advocacy entails. I will be bringing you the perspective of the African Population and Health Research Center in terms of lobby and advocacy, and matters to do with what you're discussing here today, SRHR in the context of HIV, in the context of CSC and policy engagement at large, is something that that is close to our hearts. Just as a brief preview in terms of who we are an African-led research institution, and our work is solely aimed at generating African-owned evidence for Africans by Africans. And we are in more than 30 countries. As of this year, we're in 35 African countries, and we're also celebrating 20 years since our existence. We have our headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, but we also have a regional office in Senegal that takes care of our West Africa activities. In terms of our work on SRHR in general, these are just some of the lobby and advocacy projects that we are currently coordinating in our advocacy unit. We have a project called The Challenging of the Politics of Social Exclusion, which is aimed at generating evidence and policies on SRHR issues. And the three issues that we target are access to safe abortion, adolescent sexual reproductive health, and sexual and gender minorities, seeking justice for sexual and gender minorities. Then we have a project called Promote, which is all about empowering adolescent mothers in Burkina Faso and Malawi to improve their sexual reproductive health. That Promote is born out of CIPSI. What we were able to do under CIPSI pretty much gave birth to Promote. We are also part of the Spotlight Initiative, Africa Regional Program, which is aimed at advocating for action to end violence against women, women empowerment, and also promoting laws and policies on SRHR. And then we have a project called Safe Engage. I am sure you probably have all heard about the Maputo Protocol, which is the only protocol that is African-centered and is exclusive on women and girls' rights. And lastly, we have one on the capacity strengthening of civil societies that is usually targeting Liberia and Sierra Leone. And we strengthen the civil societies on safe abortion. So in terms of our advocacy strategies, what we think that has worked for us, I'll give a case study of the CIPSI program, which is by far the largest program we have right now in our advocacy unit. There are a number of strategies that we have been able to apply over time and have proven to work. The first one is evidence generation, capacity strengthening, policy analysis and engagement, and network movement building. I'll take you through how creatively we've been able to use these strategies to influence change at all levels in sub-Saharan Africa, at national level, at regional level, and at continental level. So in terms of evidence generation, the kind of evidence that we've been able to generate under CIPSI is the lived experiences of pregnant and parenting adolescents. And this we have done in Burkina Faso and Malawi. And the kind of research that this targets is more or less research aimed at breaking barriers or understanding the social well-being of these pregnant and parenting adults. Today I had, a while ago, like 2 hours ago, I had you talking about intimate partner violence. And these are some of the findings that we were able to see that indeed even adolescents who are in a form of marriage or union do go through intimate partner violence. Other evidence that we've been able to generate over time is on unsafe abortion and post-abortion care. And this is actually a very ongoing and fresh study that will be completed in the second quarter of the year. And what we are doing, we're examining the incidences of abortion. We're looking at what complications are aligned to abortion. We are also looking at the issues to do with post-abortion care. And when you look at, for instance, Zambia allows abortion to some extent in the aspect of when, the termination of when the pregnancy and, is risky to the mother or on broad socioeconomic grounds. So again, this is a study that we are conducting in Zambia, and we look forward to sharing this particular information with you all once it's been complete and ready for absorption outside. So, but basically with our work around abortion and post-abortion care is really influenced by the fact that there are rising cases of young people, women and girls who are dying as a result of unsafe abortion. And we seek to investigate whether this can actually be averted. What way can we protect women and girls from going through death or seeing themselves, take up lifelong complications, health complications as a result of going to the back streets to procure abortion. And then we're also going to look at how much it can save the economy of a country when they choose to legalize abortion, or what kind of cost-saving mechanisms are there to avert any losses associated with abortion, because actually the studies are able to show that there's some kind of loss that goes into conducting unsafe abortion in the countries. And mostly it's also to understand that for those mothers or young people that undertake abortion or go through a miscarriage, because one thing you need to understand, even miscarriages are considered spontaneous abortion. That's their scientific terminologies, and those that the medical practitioners deem as important to go through the process of abortion, they do not receive care afterwards. So this particular study is also aiming at enlightening these service providers or the medical practitioners and the governments to understand that there's a form of care that is needed for those young people or women that go through the whole abortion process, whether due to emergency situation or willingly or unwillingly as well. Then we also, with a host of other civil society networks at continental level, have been able to jointly do a COVID-19 study. And this was a study on the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on access, availability, and the use of SRHR services. This is a study that we'll be launching pretty much soon. It's complete. It's just being packaged. And those are the countries that it targeted. And the reason why we are doing this is to be able to show the ministries of health how to caution all the populations in terms of when it comes to matters to do with pandemics and any other outbreak that may come out beyond this for that matter. And then we have this unique service provision that we call the Rapid Response Service. With our Rapid Response Service, which we started in 2020, what we basically do is to store all this information, all this research work that we are doing, this evidence generation that we are doing. If you want to get access to the research in all spheres of these particular areas that we've mentioned, you are able to place in a request through our Rapid Response Service, and we are able to provide, to package the information for you. Some of you would just request like a policy analysis to a certain issue, say an issue on teenage pregnancy. We package that information and give you. We've had tremendous requests from policymakers, especially from the EAC, from regional civil societies as well. They do send us requests. This is a service available on our website. So in case you're a young person out there and you need more information on evidence on any of the above issues that I've mentioned, we are able to provide that. And I also need to mention that this is not the only work that APHRC does in terms of health. We have done a lot of research work on hunger as well. We've done a lot of research work on education, on aging, what we call you'd call old people, but this is just, we call them aging, and also adolescent reproductive health in broad. So all this kind of research work that you need, you're able to receive it upon request when you go to our website and through this Rapid Response Service. Now, the other parts and another strategy that we have been able to employ in terms of advocacy is capacity strengthening. And I know this probably might sound as exciting to some of you in the room. So sometime last year, we launched something very interesting called the Youth Research Academy. And why we launched this academy, or why we started training young people into research, is because already there is research is not something that is really taken up at the African context. In fact, we only have like 2% of governments investing in research. And so we felt we need to grow African brood researchers, and those who are able to go on the ground, collect information about the issues that affect them, and also become part in the process of designing the solutions and the frameworks and the policy work needed to make this a success. So our Youth Academy research has so far, in the past 1 year, or out of the 2,500 applications we received, we were able to shortlist 11. And the reason why we do a small number is because of the intensity of studies associated with research. Because our work, when we are training young people on research, we put them even into the practical elements, such as you are able to not only develop the research, the theory part, which is on research hypotheses, the design, the methodology, and all that. We are also taking you through how to develop a study protocol, how to collect information, and things like that. So that's really a project that is keen for us to ensure that we grow the capacity of the young people in Africa to be able to conduct research that is Africa-oriented. And then also in the Southern African region, we've been able to train 16 member states on outcome harvesting and generating evidence for use in the policymaking process. This is through the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And we have this long-standing support for this particular forum. Once in a while, when they need any particular capacity strengthening from us, we are always ready to provide. And the other area that we use when we go about advocacy is policy engagement and analysis. Allow me to first begin with policy analysis. For you to be able to develop a befitting or a suitable policy, you have to analyze to what extent there are existing frameworks addressing a certain issue. And you look at, in your policy analysis, what are the gaps associated to this in these policies. Sometimes, for instance, you'd see policy targeting adolescent sexual reproductive health, but in it, the issues of menstrual hygiene management are not well addressed, or the issues of school-related gender-based violence are not well addressed. So in this analysis, you'd be able to share and say, this component is missing and we need either a review of this policy or we need a new policy document that is talking exclusively about what is needed to be done in terms of menstrual hygiene management. And that is just an example, but it can actually run throughout. So what you see on your screen here is one of the policy engagement approaches that we use, which is convening dialogues. The picture you see there is a picture of civil societies engaging on a national consultative meeting to build consensus on the EAC reproductive health bill. As you have all heard, the ESA ministerial commitment has been, a success in terms of lobby and advocacy. This is another ongoing kind of lobby and advocacy work. And if you are a young person in East Africa, for instance, and you'd like to join, and even not just in East Africa alone, because we are receiving a lot of support from the whole of Africa on Twitter's landscape in terms of pushing the idea of legalizing the EAC-SRHR bill. And the good thing about this bill is that it's helping us, the young people, be able to get youth-friendly health services. It's talking a lot about issues to do with sexuality education. It's talking about a lot to do with re-entry for teenage mothers and things like that. So it's a really well-thought bill. And one thing we appreciate is the fact that we were requested to give evidence that can support that can support the legitimacy of the bill, and also the fact that we sit in the legal drafting committee of the bill, and we also chair the communication subcommittee of the CSO steering committee, or the subcommittee of the communication CSO reference group. So this has also created an opportunity for us to be able to break down for everyone what kind of research in the region has spoken to the issues that EAC, the SRHR bill is seeking to address. And another way we do it is also being able to take part in regional discourse on research and programming on SRHR. The picture you see down there is when we participated in the African Union Girls Summit that took place in 2021, November 2021 in Niger. And we had a session on data, on the ensuring that quality of data and evidence generation is strong, and what kind of actions need to be undertaken, and programming for change. And we even had the gentleman you see there is actually a government representative who leads the Reproductive Health Directorate of Kenya, Kenya's Ministry of Health. We had young people, as you can see, the two ladies, one from Rosario Memorial Trust, Southern Africa, another one there leading a continental youth network called the Gender is My Agenda campaign, and myself was coordinating the discussion. So ideally, the reason why we are doing this is to be able to raise awareness, to be able to engage governments in a constructive talk and discussion on what needs to be done differently when you talk about harmful practices. And with the Girl Summit, we've had big discussions on child marriage, big discussions on FGM, and this was just one of the many moments that we've engaged with the AU. And then another way we've been able to engage in policy engagement and analysis is awareness raising. Now, we have two very interesting products that we have either started or supported. I'll begin with Meteza. So Meteza is a very interesting game. It's actually a game of cards. You can link it to what other game of cards would you like? Let me guess. You probably have played. We have one in Kenya called Kenya at 50. There's Monopoly and all those cards that card games that you guys might have or know. So the Mbeteza game is a card game, but it's very interesting because what it talks about is that as you'll see on the screen, it takes you through the journey of a young person, right from birth, 0 to 9 years. What kind of exposure is this young person going through? And then, through to teenagehood and to 18 years, what kind of experiences this young person goes through. Then adult life, the older adult life from, 19 plus to 35, what kind of issues would this person face? And 35 to 40s when you are in like nearly almost entering the old age, but you're just there. So again, those people face what kind of issues would you face? And lastly, old age. What kind of issues would you face? So the idea with this game, it takes you through the real-time issues that young people go through. So for instance, along the way, when you're asked questions, you'll be asked questions on data. Do you think that malaria is the leading killer disease in Africa? And then when you answer yes, true or false, you are either awarded. If it's true, you are awarded. If it's not true, there is an action that befalls you, or like a consequence of your failure. So some consequences lead to death, some consequences lead to being thrown out of the game. Okay, it's a card game, so it bears the instruction of the consequences. But the thing about this is that it gives you perspective on the research work, the current evidence that is available on matters to do with SRHR. It keeps you up to your toes. It's like you're hard pressed. When someone asks you, it's like a quiz. When someone asks you, is it true that, you are teenage pregnancies are the leading cause of death among young people in Zambia? And then hypothetically you say yes, when apparently is no. Or when you say no and apparently is yes, and there's a course of action to it. And the good thing is when you fail, or you fail the question, you now know, you gain new knowledge on a specific issue, which is actually true because these answers are generated on real-time evidence, on real-time situations that are happening in the countries. And what the picture you see there, we actually tried it with Malawi members of parliament. All those you see surrounding there are actually Malawi members of parliament, and they were very elated about the game. They actually were interested in buying the game and wanting to use it even with other policymakers within their space. The other product you see there is called RAHi. I don't know how many of you are students in this group or have student friends and things like that, but we were all students at some point. For those of us who are no longer students, one thing about this RAHi app, it's a mobile application to help students access sexual reproductive health information. So what you do, we have the pioneer university is actually called the University of Nairobi, which is in Kenya. What we are doing with them is popularizing this particular application, whereby students are given your administration number. When you join an institution of higher learning, you are given a number. So their registration number is what they use to log on to the app. It's available on iOS for Apple users and Android users. So they log in, and sometimes they are able to talk about the issues that affect them. Some of the most common issues that we see is exam anxiety, We get issues of drug abuse and drug and substance abuse. And what this application does is at the back end, it links you with a counselor, or it links you with a mentor. If, for instance, your issue is about studies, you're not sure about your career, you don't know where you want to follow through, you're linked with a mentor at the back end, and you're able to even schedule one-on-one sessions with them to discuss further. With the SRHR, it's even those students who fall pregnant within their time in school, they are able to receive counseling, and they are able to be connected to university clinics and get specialized treatment on those particular on their particular emergencies. So this is another aspect that we felt has worked so well in our advocacy work. Our last aspect is on network movement and partnership building. Basically, as you can see this symbol, the group that is the CSO network that is pioneering the EAC SRHRB is actually called Pamoja for SRHR. And it's a group of over 20 civil societies. And this is just a good practice on how, when you move united and as a group, you can gain a lot of mileage, because now the legislatures in the EAC are able to see the heaviness of the matter in terms of, passing this particular bill. No, obviously with a lot of opposition with the interreligious groups and things like that. But the fact that when you go as a group, you're able to carry more weight and you influence a lot of decision making. And then with another thing that has also worked for us is when we, because of our nature of being a research-led health institution, and the fact that we've been able to be called upon and present on issues to do with health. We recently acquired the nomination to lead the health thematic group on the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children. This is an African Union designed and domesticated framework by African Union member states. And so our work within the CSO Forum will really be bringing together all civil society organizations. We have SAT actually a member of us, and it's amazing to see the kind of work we'll be able to influence in terms of health advocacy in the continent. And then another way you can do it is actually sitting or serving into the Ministry of Health technical working groups. We serve in various ministries of health working group in our quest to either generate evidence or policy engagement. And this has helped us in terms of creating ownership in terms of the agenda on SRHR, creating ownership on the issues, on the disparities that are there with the current outlook in terms of the health strategic plan, in terms of the priorities of health issues, either in maternal health care, either in reproductive health, either in adolescent sexual reproductive health, and even the health systems management, looking at the structures that are there to support health, universal health coverage. So those again are the strategies that have worked for us. And as I close, I'd like to just leave you with quick tips on how you can conduct your lobby and advocacy. One, you need to be a pace setter. What do I mean by being a pace setter? Look around. Who has done what? What has not been done? The good thing with being a pace setter is that everyone will want to know what is it that is being done differently, or what is it that you're bringing, what new thing you're bringing to the table, and what value this new thing is going to give. And sometimes when you're a pace setter, you also know like how your idea needs to shape and what the bigger picture looks like. And so it's very important to influence people on that level. The second thing you need to understand is that you need to identify a signature issue affecting a target population. For instance, today you had a lot of conversations around HIV. People living with HIV is a target population. Persons physically impaired is a target population. Youth is a target population. Women is a target population, and all other groups that you can think of. So what are the issues that affect youth? For instance, when you talk about health, it's about reproductive health, making decisions about your reproductive health. And so you need to identify these signature issues in reproductive health of the young people. And then also ensure that you check out whether the issue is relevant, to that particular group. Sometimes they might not know that this is an issue that is affecting them. Be the one to introduce that agenda. Sometimes they know, but no action has been done. So now you need to go and conceptualize the change you want to see. And this particular change can be in form of either you need, for instance, in your community, there is no clinic on H and VCT testing, for instance. There is no clinic on counseling, or there is no mobile delivery services or mobile SRHR services where, sometimes moving truck can stop in your area and give you information about SRHR and things like that. So you need to conceptualize, what do you want to see in the end? That there's mobile access to SRHR services for young people and things like that, or for this special population. That's what I mean by wanting to conceptualize it. Then you need to seek evidence. When you seek evidence, you're able to see how many people have been affected with your target population. How many youth have been affected because of the lack of contraceptives, because of the lack of reproductive health services, because of the lack of condoms, for instance, and things like that. So you need to seek that evidence. Now, there are research institutions that do this evidence. Sometimes it's government through the DHIS, and sometimes it's even, community-based organizations that can actually do this particular evidence, that can hold this evidence. Your job is to go and find this evidence to ensure that you're well informed, that when you sit in the table with policymakers, you're able to convince them on what needs to be done. Then you need to build a network or mass movement. Remember, united, you go farthest when you're together, and when you go fastest when you're alone. You can go fast, but you might not achieve. But if you going far means you're able to move or make the greatest change that needs to be done. So mass movements help that. That's why you see a lot of civil societies working together to be able to create that hype around it. And then you also need to know who are your target actors. Today, you got to see the ministries, representatives there, UN agencies, representatives there. For now, like UNAIDS is very interested in matters to do with HIV and AIDS. You'll meet UNFPA that is very much interested on harmful practices on teenage pregnancies and things like that. You meet UNESCO that is very keen on education. So those are your target actors. And also a target actor can be government, can be the African Union, can be the SADC, can be ECOWAS, can be anyone. As long as they hold power, and this particular power is decision-making power, as long as they hold influence, like civil society's influence. They might not make decisions, but they influence strongly. There can be state bodies like, national human rights commissions, These people also influence greatly, and then envision the kind of change you want to see in the long end. And then the second last thing is you need to be adaptable and flexible in your decision making. Why? Advocacy is not linear. When we say it's non-linear, it's not a straight line. Today, you can sit with a minister and talk for 2 minutes, and that minister sees your point, buys into your application, and makes it a mass system and things like that. Or you sit with the minister and talk all you want, and they still don't listen to you. And every year around the same time, you talk to them. Every month you meet and talk to them, but they still don't hear you. So advocacy has no timeline. It never has timeline. For you also need to understand that sometimes you can go a huge milestone with a ministry. For instance, the Ministry of Health, the current Minister of Health in Zambia, you might be able to influence them to do some work on CSC. But at the end of the day, once the government of the day changes the minister and another one is brought, you are taking steps back. in essence that, with every new guard, with any new regime, and even during presidency, when there's a new presidency, there's always new priorities. Every government has their own priorities. And before you get to where you were with the previous one, it takes some form of time. So one thing you need to understand is that build on systematic or kind of structured relationship building, so that even if the minister changes, your agenda is still an agenda of the Ministry of Health and not the Minister of Health. And when it's an agenda with the Minister of Health, whatever happens, ensure you have backup plans and you're able to shift your standing, points whenever needs, whenever necessary. Sometimes it's even a law that influences you to change your stand. So have that in mind and be flexible enough to change tactic and apply whatever tactic works. Then finally, ensure you monitor and document your change, because at the end of the day, this is how we tell you your inputs have worked, your efforts have worked, your efforts are bringing change, your efforts are convincing people, you are influencing change, and you've been able to, along the way, bring so much impact in people's lives. So ensure that you do monitor your change. Thank you so much. That's all for now. In case there are any comments or questions, I'd be glad to announce them, to address them at whatever point.
Juliet. Thank you so much. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Let's clap for her. Thank you. Okay, is there someone who has a question before I move to the other side of the session? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Juliet Kimoto.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Litia Keegan, and I think I have a question for Madam Juliet. As you were presenting, you mentioned something about the Young Research Academy 2021. I think there is something which I had missed. Maybe you did not really go into detail about that. And then secondly, the ESC bill. I think, what is it all about? And is Zambia a signatory of that bill? Because if we talk about that bill, and then it will only make sense if our country, as Zambia, is a signatory to that bill. We can't just be talking of something which does not concern us as a country. So, is Zambia a signatory to that bill? Thank you.
Thank you. Did you hear that, Juliet? Can you proceed? And
Yes, I did that. Okay, I'm going to begin with the academic question. So our Youth Research Academy, we began our first cohort last year. And what really has been in the offing is that we put out a call for young people who are very much interested, between the ages of 15 and 25, who are interested in learning about research. And we brought them to our campus. We have a campus, and we took them through a vigorous process where they were taught how to do research proposals, how, the basic definitions of research, and how to even develop a study protocol. A study protocol is what gives you permission to actually to package, more or less you're packaging what you intend to do, and also present it to the authority of the country to be able to conduct research. So they are taught through these processes. The cohort that was there is still receiving support from our team. So once the next phase is open, that is something that we can advertise, and the young people are gotten from all over Africa. So it's not like East Africa or West Africa thing. It's actually all over Africa. Whoever who is interested, the young people that are present, that have a passion for research, that want to know, those are the kinds that we target. So we will continue doing it. And once that opening is there, definitely can be shared with you. We also have fellowships beyond the virtual academy. We do have fellowships where we work with global partners to hold online classes for young people to learn about research or health systems management, or even policy to action, health policy to action kind of work. Now, on to the second question in terms of the EAC SRHR bill. One thing you need to understand is that when you see the aspect of health, we borrow practices from different regions. I can assure you, East Africa borrows a lot from Southern Africa. SADC, either the trading bloc or ECOWAS or COMESA, we do learn from each other. What I was presenting is a situation or a good practice of how network building has helped push a law in the East Africa region. We do have the same issues you're seeing on the ESA commitment, the one that has just been presented before this breakout session, very much captured in the EACSRHR bill. What I'd like to open your mind to is the fact that issues of SRHR can be similar and different in context. Similar in terms of when we talk about the age consent of marriage, the whole of Africa ideally likes talking about 18 years, okay? When you look at the issues of access to, more or less given the consent to have sex, that ranges in countries. There are countries that say the legal age of young people to be able to have, indulge in sex is 16 years. Others say, no, it's 18 years. But what we do as a Pan-African research institution is being able to borrow a leaf from other countries that it has worked from. So for instance, today, when you look at issues to do with safe abortion, Benin has just presented a very interesting case on how they have assented the bill or the law, put to law on the issues of safe abortion. You see Zambia, I presented the case study of Zambia. Zambia, it's limited. Access to abortion is limited to where the situation is endangering the life of the mother, or whether there are socioeconomic reasons that are probing that particular. There are countries where there are no those restrictions. South Africa, Cape Verde, there are countries that are a bit very open to the whole idea of safe abortion, and to the extent that it's an opinion that is the choice of the carrier of the baby. So I'd like you to, in your learning to conduct lobby and advocacy, to be open to seeing what strategies are working in different parts of the country. We do comparison studies where we look at Zambia and we look at Burkina Faso, for instance, and we see what is working in Zambia that can work in Burkina, and vice versa. And we try to use the same tactics or different tactics to be able to push an issue. With this EACSRHR bill, it's a lot of things that it's covering. It's covering issues to do with the re-entry of teenage mothers or girls who fall pregnant. It talks about access to reproductive health services and issues to do with contraceptives. It also targets issues to do with abortion and consented, elevating issues to do with gender-based violence. The bill is a bit wide, but definitely if you're very much interested to see how East Africa is phrasing the whole conversation on SRHR, it's something that is accessible online on the EAC website. And again, it's the similar context that we are talking about when we talk about CSC. CSC is also there in the EACSRHR bill, and yet it's still in the ESA. So there's a lot of nexus, but also differences in terms of the acceptability of perspectives when you talk about issues of SRHR. Yeah, I hope I've answered to your satisfaction.
Thank you so much, Juliet, and we really appreciate. Please stay tuned. We are doing an easy exercise in the room. So if you want, you can join, and then we'll be able to raise your hand from there. So, colleagues, thank you so much. I think Juliet has aptly explained what some of the issues are in advocacy. Now, I want us all to stand up. I've given two people 2 flip charts in the room. Okay? The people with flip chart, there is one this side. Yes, there she is. And there's a gentleman this side. I'll ask them to come in front. Ask them to come in front. Please stand this side. I want you to open the flip charts. Please open the flip charts. So there are two things on this flip chart. This side, what is it saying? The other side? Okay. So I want you to tell me, I would say a sentence. I want you to distinguish whether it's a law or it's a policy. Okay? Or I'll mention a document. You have to decide. That you don't discuss. Just walk where you think it is either a policy or it's a law. Eh? You understand? Okay. So, statement number 1. Gender-Based Violence Act of 2011. Don't say, just walk. Gender-Based Violence Act of 2011. This side policy, this side law. If you are not sure, stay there. I'm not seeing this group moving. If you are not sure, just stay there. Because you have to explain. Okay? So you guys are not sure, eh? I'll start with this one. They are not sure.
When we go, example there, other here, where the sign language interpreter is just alone.
Yeah, the sign language interpreter will stand here. Eh? It is. Why? How? No, they will stand here and here. Yes. The sign interpreter, you can see the sign language from here. Yeah. Let them move. You come here. Sorry. Okay. So they're not sure. Also, where are they belonging? Where? Here or there? Okay, thank you. All right. So, we will start with this group. Okay? They need to explain to us why it's a policy. Eh? Of 2021.
As we say, the Act number 11 of 2021, it's a policy because a policy comes first. So people need to see it and make a policy. Afterwards, it's approved. Then it becomes an act. But before it is approved, it can't become an act. Or before it is taken before Parliament, it can't become an act. So as that GBV number 11 of 2021, it's a policy, not an act.
Okay, you've heard, eh? And you guys, why are you here?
Okay. As for me, why I thought that it is a law, because according to the little knowledge that I have, when you look at the Constitution of Zambia mostly, and when you look at its, when you take a look at its articles mostly, you find that number 1, there's an act of 2016, 1991. So you find that the constitution comprises of different acts that were enacted by parliament. So meaning anything that the constitution embraces, that becomes law. And the act that you mentioned is under the constitution of Zambia, and that is what qualifies it to be law, because policies are not in the constitution of Zambia. Policies are more of like established, dependent on the the ministry that is heading or that is in the capacity to direct a certain agenda within their means. So for example, if we have Ministry of Sports and Youth, obviously, they'll come up with a policy directing the youth that is not included in the constitution. So the constitution more like embraces the whole lot of everybody. Everyone is involved. It's not specific. So that's what I think, yeah.
So, you've heard, eh? No, leave them.
Just to add, according to my understanding, why we say it's a policy. Yes, a policy is not in the constitution, but it is at an organizational level. For example, for administrative purposes, people would always refer to the policy. Thank you.
So, sir, you belong that side. It's okay, you can stay. It's okay. So, colleagues, I think she explained it well, eh? She said clearly that anything that has an act on it, it's a law entity, is part of the constitution. Okay? The policies are not in the constitution. We'll try one more time. Okay? I'll say something, then you can decide where you belong. National guidelines on population and development. National guidelines on population and development. You guys can move also. Okay. All right. So everyone has moved. Let's give each other a hand. Let's clap for each other. Let's take a seat. So, colleagues, we'll take a 4 minutes break. Don't go outside, but you can talk to each other. We just need to make sure that she stretches a bit. Eh? She's tired and she's alone. So we don't want our colleagues to miss what we are discussing. Eh? So just 5 minutes. She just needs to drink water. Everyone else drink water. While you're drinking water, think about some of the issues Juliet raised so that we can discuss them. Then we can finish. Okay? Yeah, 5 minutes. the session on advocacy is much longer than what is planned. But I will try by all means just to go through the basics. Are you ready? Okay. So the exercise we did is just to try and make us understand what we can use. How many of you in this room have seen what they call a yellow book? A yellow book. A yellow book. Okay. Jacob, yes, sir. What is a yellow book? Who can tell me what a yellow book is?
A yellow book. It is the, by the way, my name is Enoch Kalimbwe. A yellow book. This is the document, I'll call it a financial document that shows every detail of the financial expenditure in that particular year or in that particular financial year. So, for example, like the budget that was released, that was last year for this year. So, which means what the minister presented in Parliament was the ministerial statement. But now, much details of what the minister had outlined in that national, in his ministerial statement in addressing or issuing that ministerial statement outlining the policies that the UPND government has for this nation in the year 2022 and how they want to use our resources. And now the much details of that particular expenditure is found in that document, which is called a yellow book.
Thank you. So you've heard, So it just shows you the total amount allocated in that particular year. This book is very, very important. If you have to ask the minister or what Mr. Mumbi earlier on was telling us about the amount of money which is allocated to health, you can only find it in that yellow book. Okay? Sometimes when the minister, he referred to what they call a ministerial statement, it has figures. They'll tell you health has 8.8%. If you go to the yellow book, it breaks down that 8.8%. Salaries, youth, family planning, reproductive health, whatever they are buying, the medicine, the commodities, that's where you find the amounts. Okay? So now, that exercise we did to show you the difference between the law and the policy was just to enlighten us on what we can use in terms of advocacy. There are policies that have been developed, like she well explained. These documents or the law, these documents are inside. I think a colleague, from our colleague this side, he mentioned the administrative part of the policy, which the ministry uses. Okay? Mostly the ministry, the policy has a name of the ministry, while the law, as she explained, is enshrined in the constitution. So if you break the law, they can come and arrest you. You know that, So we need to know what we are using when we are asking the ministers, our members of parliament, what it is that we are asking for. Are we using a policy or we are using the law? Okay? So in terms of there's also guidelines. Remember the last question I asked, about guidelines. Are we using the guidelines? And if you are using the guidelines, which guidelines are we using? So you can combine. Earlier on, we learned about the ESA commitments. Those are commitments. They are a policy statement. But those policy statements in Zambia were signed by 3 institutions. The Ministry of what? Education, the Ministry of, and the Department of Gender. Okay, so those 3, you can hold them accountable in line with what they have signed. Okay? But you cannot sue them. You understand? We can hold them accountable, but you cannot sue them. But if something is a law, you can actually sue your government. Okay? Because it's a law. Levi, in South Africa, health is a right. So it's enshrined in constitution. So in South Africa, health is a right. In Zambia, health is not a right. Because it's not enshrined in the constitution. Okay? So if, I think you remember a few months ago or weeks ago, the president went to the Ministry of Health to check on the drugs. So if you go to the hospital, they don't give you medication, you can sue. They are giving you a prescription, go and buy. But in South Africa, where RAHi comes from, he goes to the hospital, they don't give him medicine, he can take them to court. To say, you guys here agreed that my health is a right. Okay. So as young people, as young activists, okay, as people living with different disabilities, we need to know what to use when we want to pursue our policymakers. Okay, you heard, I heard in the morning there was a commitment that next year people are going to budget for the Indawa in the districts and provinces where you come from. You're laughing. It's not me who said. I just heard. So how are you going? You know you can't sue. So if they don't budget, what are you going to do? Are you going to be involved in the budgeting process? Okay. So now the next steps you guys need to do is ask the people who are going to come tomorrow. Ask them, what is the process of budgeting? Do you all in here understand even the process of budgeting? Do you even know when they start? So a politician will stand there and tell you they are budgeting for you next year. Maybe they have already done the budget for next year. Are they going to change? Okay. So start finding out, when does the process of budgeting start? Where does this process start from? When you understand these basic things, then you'll be able to, now I refer to what Juliet was talking about, to gather evidence. When you gather evidence, you'll be able to move and use the right steps. Okay? Because you'll be found in the right forums. You'll be found where they are doing the budgets. You'll be found where they are planning. Okay? Right now, Mwilu was talking about the strategy that the Ministry of Health are developing for adolescents. Ask, where is it? At what stage have they reached? Have they consulted you young people? Okay. So one of those things that you need to ask is that we need our input. Okay. I was telling the colleagues here that the reproductive health policy is being reviewed. And we promised, they sent you the forms to fill in. They inputted in the reproductive health policy that is being reviewed. Okay. So there are different modes of ensuring that you are part of these processes. Okay. And ensure that you are able to also understand. Now, what are some of the accountability channels that we can use? Anyone who wants to guess? So for instance, if the minister doesn't allocate those funds, what are we going to do about it? Nothing, eh? You have to do what?
Through the mayor or the district person who is in charge of those funds.
Thank you. You've heard, eh? One of the things that we can do right now is to check in with our MPs, to check in with our mayors, to check in with our district persons. We have heard about CDF, eh? Everyone is talking about CDF. How much money has been allocated to the young people? Do you know? You don't know, eh? You do? How much money is allocated to the young people? You can't say you see why I'm telling you. Gathering evidence is very important. Okay? If the minister comes here, even any person, a technocrat comes here, and they lie to you that we are giving you money, you can ask them, how much money are you giving us and what is that money for? Okay? But if you don't know that they are giving you money and the money what it is for, you can't ask for it. I've asked you about CDF. The president is busy talking about CDF, but all of you don't know what CDF is. Our colleagues here, have you been allocated any money from CDF? There's nothing, eh?
It's just there on paper. It's just there on paper. That's what we can say. And we hear them talk about CDF every day, but we haven't seen that money.
You see, they are saying they haven't seen the money. Why? Because they need to gather facts also. Okay? So what can we do to ensure that we are able to see this money?
Personally, last year I was working with 2 different ministries for certain programs, like the National Innovative Program, where we were told to come up with ideas, innovations, compete, and then the top winners were chosen, and all those who participated were told, because the constituency development money has been increased, so we'll use this money to empower you so that you can continue with your ideas. But it was just on paper. It hasn't come to us. We hear that the monies have been released, but not yet reached us.
Okay, I'll speak from my district where I come from, which is Kitwe. I work hand in hand with Dr. Msukwa, who's deaf. So he's the coordinator, I'm the vice coordinator. So when we heard about the CDF, we looked at the Local Government Act, which allows organizations working with persons with disabilities to have representative on the ward. So we had a meeting with the town clerk, and we ensured that all the 32 wards in Kitwe has a representative from persons with disabilities. And we had to advocate so that persons with disabilities can form cooperatives, and they've applied. And the DC confirmed with us and the council to say they'll prioritize the persons with disabilities when it comes to loans and grants, including the Black Mountain. They have shares.
Okay, so you've seen there's an example of what is happening. Yes?
There is too much talking about the same money as CDF money, but no implementation. For example, we hear that there is going to be youth empowerment in this same CDF, but we haven't seen this come to us. When did the Ministry of Local Government release these monies? They were released way back, but it has not yet reached us. Up to now, we just hear them talk about youth empowerment. When is the money going to reach us? If at all this money is meant to be for us. Another problem about this CDF, the money is there, but the other problem is they tell us to make cooperatives. As persons with disabilities, we, especially deaf people, that information about forming cooperatives, maybe it may only come to us during the time of news at 19 hours when sign language interpreters are there on TV, and you find that time maybe it would have already been a deadline. So what do? How are they disseminating this information to us in order to form these cooperatives? It's not there. So so that way we continue to be left behind because information is not reaching us. Information is power, and it's important that each and every time they give out information, we are also included.
Okay, thank you. I'll take two. Actually, the last one.
Okay.
Yeah, she hasn't spoken, and then that's it. I don't want you guys to stay here longer. We can continue tomorrow.
Okay, my name is Memory Kawombeka. I just want to say something about the issue, Kawombeka Memory. Okay, I just want to talk about the issue of CDF. In my community, or like in Chingola, there's what is known as Ishiwi. So under Ishiwi, they came to explain to us about CDF. So us as youths, we were interested because it involved money. Then we went to the municipal council to ask them. They said the money is in. But for you to access this money, you need to make cooperatives, like the way he has said this. But the issue about the same issue of cooperative, they are saying if you want to be involved, you need to pay membership fee. After paying membership fee, you hear to say that membership fee maybe may help you to go in Lusaka to have the certificate. And after having that same certificate, that's when your team will start working. And it's involving about 10 people. And then they are saying after those 10 people have come together, come up with a business plan that they want to do, that's when they can empower them. So you find to say this same issue of coming up with 10 people with the same amount of money that they are requesting, most of them they're backing out because it requests most of like a lot of money for them to just to join. So you find to say they'll start asking us, why is it that we have to invest a lot of money? Then they are not having patience because it's making us to put in a lot of money to just come up with the same issue of cooperative team. So that's what I can say. So most of them, they are backing out because of the same issue.
Thank you so much, colleagues. So listen, this issue of cooperatives and so on and so forth is something that we need to document. So if you have evidence, take it up. Take it up to the municipal, read the guidelines. What do the guidelines say? Do the guidelines say you have to have cooperatives? If that's what it says, does it say you need to pay money? What is it that it's there? Also, you need to look out in this same CDF if there's money for health, okay? If there's money for you guys to access health, if there's money for social development. In that way, you'll be able to know the facts. So we'll continue talking, and then as you end your sessions tomorrow, make sure that you come up with tangible requests and tangible asks, okay? You need to develop very clear, concrete things that you're going to ask. One of the things you need to ask is, can you clearly, okay, let me finish. Can you clearly ask and address your ask to specific people? For example, if the minister today committed to budget for your Indaba, is it the Indaba you want in your provinces or where you're coming from? If it's not, tell them, no, we don't want the Indaba. Us, what we want is money to help us form cooperatives. If it's the money for reproductive health, we tell them, this is the money we want is for reproductive health. Okay? That way, you'll be asking what you need, not what they want. Okay? Because the minister can't say she should budget for Indabas. Is it the Indaba you want? Or it's the money you want to ensure that services are actually appropriate for young people? So come up with clear asks that can be targeted to specific individuals. That way, you'll be able to actually see the benefits, and it's easy to follow up. Okay, she has one thing to say.
Yes, sir. I want to say that the people that are responsible for these cooperatives, why didn't you invite them to come and be part and parcel of this Indaba, so that they tell us the procedure and to know where these people are found? Because I can't just be told you need to form a cooperative when I don't know where these offices are and what is needed for us to make a cooperative. These 10 people, what is the age group? Does it require education or anything, or what is required of these cooperatives? This was the right platform to invite these people in order to come and say what is needed, the requirements for us to make those cooperatives, because we just hear them on paper. And we are worried that all these cooperatives and telling us to do, maybe go and get a registration in Osaka, it will be eating a lot of our time. Meanwhile, time is not waiting for us.
Okay, thanks. So listen, what we'll do is I'll ask the organizers to have, that's why I've asked if you can have specific issues. Develop your issue. What issue do you want to come out with here? I'm sure the organizers couldn't bring the people who are doing CDF because it's not a CDF Indaba, right? But it's a Indaba for young people to actually come up with those issues. So once you do that, then we can forward those issues to the right offices for them to actually address these concerns. That will be very, very important, and it's key. Okay? So my time is up. I don't want to keep you here. There are some people who have to move. Thank you so much, guys. Let's develop an issue, the issues that we should forward to the relevant authorities, and then we can follow up on them. Thank you, guys. So, colleagues, so let's wait for the other ones to come back, then we can close together.